This conference will now be recorded.
times, I guess. And also what's being overutilized by deer and turtle. So that thing's going to morph over time because I want them to show me how much is member utilization compared to public play and so on. So, but I think it's a valid point. It actually caught me a little bit off guard that both of our courses, granted, it's not the full season yet, both of our courses are under 30 to 40% utilization. I was expecting a lot higher. But let's see how the season goes, and let's see how more folks get on the courses to utilize it. So that should be something we can follow throughout the year. And it's really for me to hold the pro shop and the reservations folks accountable of how they're marketing to get play. Not worry about the member play, to get play to fill these gaps that are building some of those time periods, and then hold them accountable for that because that's what Trune is saying. That models to help us, and I just wanting them to say, well, then help us because we got to fill some of these gaps to try to get some play out here. So that's the only two additions, and plus your other packs. And everybody else around, or is that? Part of what that's going to change is I want to get comparables to 3 other courses nearby to show us their utilization. Some of that they're not going to share.
No, they're not going to share.
But we'll add. There's an internal network they can try to ask us. We'll try to get you a comparison.
A lot of them will share that.
Yeah, they will. They got good relations with them. We'll be able to show you. May not be for the tea time, but maybe for the day. And that's all we need. So that's it. Otherwise, the packet's a lot of stuff. We're going to hold people firm to the 3 minutes. We got a lot of agenda items. I would also ask if we got to hold Mr. Brooks to the. I would also ask if we can stick to the agenda topics. We run to some folks watching this, outsiders that hear discussions that aren't on the agenda, and it prompts a lot of drama after the meeting. Just be advised. They just hear something that wasn't agenda. They like, well, tell us more. They come by the office and say, well, give us this information. Tell us if you guys talked about it X, Y, and Z. So I would just ask you just stick to the agenda. Well, I can definitely share anything with you guys. You tell me, we'll talk about it. But I think in this format, if it's not on the agenda and it comes up, then there can be some sharpshooters watching online as well as in the room.
An example.
With the ornithopters, I'll just do that. That's been a pain in our side.
Yep.
Call the meeting to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Gentlemen, take your caps off. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming. The next regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors will take place Tuesday, November the 19th, 2024 at 9 a.m. at the Community Center on Edgewater Drive. Please silence or turn off your cell phones. The key upcoming events are the Advent Celebrity Golf Tournament. That's November 1st. The CGT Pro-Am, November the 5th. The LGA Scramble Tournament, November the 6th. The Citrus Golf Trail Open is a 3-day, 6th through the 8th November. The DAV Golf Tournament is November the 9th. The district will be closed for Veterans Day. The district Veterans Day event is November the 11th at 11 o'clock at the clubhouse. If you have not been to that, you really need to go to it. It's really quite moving. The General Manager's Town Hall meeting will be 5 to 7 at the Island View, November the 12th. The MGA Quad 4 is November the 14th to the 15th. The Just for Girls is the same day. The District Strategic Planning and Budget Workshop will be November the 18th, 5 to 7 here at the Community Center. The Turkey Trot Run and Walk will be November the 23rd here at the Community Center. And the district will be closed on Thanksgiving Day. actually that weekend, the 28th and 29th. They'll have a 4-day weekend. Public comment in general. Public, please just do stuff that is on the agenda or anything that you want to bring up. Now is the time for public comment. We will hold you to 3 minutes.
Hi, Dan Dills, resident. I'm down on Cantoria Avenue. I just came to get some.
Hold on 1 minute, sir. We're gonna need.
Your mic's
turn
not
your
on.
mic on for
It's
you.
not on. Can you hear me now?
There you go.
There you go.
Anyway, I live down on Cantoria, and what I came about was the drainage ditches, like not the ones on the front of the street, the ones behind our houses, because some of those lots back there are not cleared. Okay, we maintain ours to keep it up with ground clear. When it rains now, the vegetation has grown up so much, because I've lived there 9 years, and those back ditches have never been touched by like a maintenance thing. And when it rains hard in the summertime, they're so uneven from lot to lot that the water just stays in my ditch, you know, even before the hurricane. Like in a heavy rain, it's there for weeks, sometimes all summer if you get a lot of rain. So I just wondered if there was a Sun and Lake policy that you periodically, you know, maintain those rear ditches, not just the ones in front of the houses. Because there's a bunch of lots on that street, probably about a third of them are probably not developed. In other words, they haven't had the lots cleared, so the vegetation's just growing and growing and growing, and when it rains, the water can't get out of there. So us ones that are maintaining our ditches, the water's laying there because they can't get down to.
Can't move.
So I was just asking if is there a Sun Lake policy that occasionally, every so often, that maintenance is done? They did our
Yes.
front ditches like 8 years ago.
Yeah.
They did a good job there.
We do, sir. Can you get your specific address again, sir? Sorry.
It's 3801 Cantoria Avenue.
Gotcha. We'll get someone out there to see it this afternoon
Yeah,
and
just
we'll
for
take a look at it.
instance, Yeah,
Yep.
right now, the water just now finished sinking into the ground.
That's fine.
It's been there for weeks before the hurricane.
Okay,
We'll get someone out there, sir. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
you're more than welcome.
Good morning. My name is Flora Pajón. My address is 4502 Boston Street. This is the third month in a row that I've come to the meetings regarding the same situation as the gentleman before. I feel like I live on a moat. I have 2 feet of water in front of my house continuously. It hasn't rained in days. It's still sitting there. I'm still waiting for your answer, Mr. Boss, but I don't get any reply at this point. I had my grandchildren over there. I don't have a big backyard. I have a big front yard because of the regulations on the home, how it was built. It's a new home. I can't even have my grandchildren play out there. I'm afraid they're going to drown. It's come to a point that it's very, very dangerous. I had a great experience yesterday. Mr. Mike Lipton came over to my home. We discussed it about it. I told him this is my concern. This is an ongoing situation. And at this point, it's like, do I have to pay somebody to go out there and fix this and send you guys a bill, or what do I need to do? Is my answer.
Yes, ma'am. So we've been working on that project. We just got the bids back from a contractor that will help us fix that entire swale. It's about a $200,000 project. Right now, I'm working to see how we can get it done in our operational budget. If we can't, then I bring it back to the board as a capital project that we can fix. So there's been movement because we have to get engineering diagrams and stuff like that. You just can't send a truck out there to start digging holes. So we're working it. We should get an answer this week, if not by next week, of can we budget this internal to the 2025 budget? And if it's not, then I will bring in 19 November back to the board to ask for an additional funds. It's about a $250,000 project at the end of the day. Not just your house. We got to do the whole stretch to make it work.
I emailed you this morning at 7:45 in the morning with all the pictures.
Yes, ma'am.
Before the hurricane
Yep.
and during the hurricane and as of today.
Understand.
And is there any way you guys could get a truck out there today and suck up all that water out of there? The mosquito infestation is crazy. We have Halloween coming over. I haven't even decorated my yard because it's like, are they even going to come in?
Sure, okay,
You know?
yes.
I
We
think
we can come take a look at it and see if there's anything we can draw out with our pumps and then start the process there.
Okay, I
We ain't gonna be able to fix anything, but we can at least help with getting the water out of the way. Yep.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Dennis Vandries, I live in Cantoria as well. Same thing referenced Dan about the ditches behind my house as well, between Barbarossa and Cantoria. I've been here about 6, 8 years. So I understand those ditches were maintained at one time back in the past. You used to mow them all the time. Mine's maintained. I maintain my ditch. I maintain in front of 7 lots in front of my house. I mow, take care of all that area. I called this last week. They're developing a lot in the back corner of my house, and they pushed all the sand into that ditch. I called, they said they'd send somebody out, nobody shows up. Now they're plugging the ditches with sand, with new development. And I just don't understand. Another thing's going on is one house sits up this high and a new house is going up this high. We're building these houses up, and there's nowhere for this water to run here in the future. So these ditches need to be cleaned out. You should be able to see from one end of the street to the all the way to the other, and those ditches should be cleaned 8 foot wide all the way down. So you got adequate water drainage. Thank you.
Just get me his contact information.
I'm Kim Ledoux at 2830 Monza Drive. Just a general question and comment. I don't play golf, but I do play pickleball, involved quite a lot there. And I was hoping at some point you might add that to the agenda or speak a little bit about what's going to happen at the pickleball courts as far as maintenance, getting everything fixed that was broken and stuff by the hurricane. There's a lot of people. I think we have over 400 people on it's called Team Reach. And that's a lot of people that play a lot of pickleball over there. And it seems like the area itself, even before the hurricane, hasn't quite gotten the attention that it should. And I'd like to see a little bit more of that happen in the future.
Part of this meeting, we're going to give an update to the board on the hurricane damages, as well as on the 18th of November, we're specifically talking future plans for the district, including recreation. So, but we can get you some information.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, Gary Cecil, 5257 Pebble Beach Drive. They're doing construction on some duplexes on our road. One of them is right next door to us. And I don't know if they're trying to do a workaround with code or what, but like Friday, they came by and picked up all the portalets, but then they came in and worked on the house Saturday and Sunday. Now they didn't work yesterday, and I did not see them there today. So I don't know why they're not working there weekdays, and that's what we're trying to avoid people that are working here or exactly what they're doing. But we've had trouble with them as property owners, mowing their grass and everything, all the way down the line, and it continues. So, you know, I know there's only so much you can do as far as code, but, you know, it seems like they, I don't know, find ways to work around the code or whatever, but it seems like there's some way that you could enforce the codes better to make sure that they have a dumpster and a portalet and the things that they're supposed to do. And the grass grass there needs to be cut now, and it hasn't been. And the area that I moved from up north, actually had the same problem with landowners not mowing their properties. And they were having trouble getting these things done by the property owners. So they started having their own people go in and mowing the property, and they started charging the landowners an exorbitant fee for doing that and just adding it on to the property tax. Now, I don't know if that's something you can do here to enforce your code or penalize the property owners or construction people or whatever. But I don't know, it just gets to be a little bit old with the no dumpsters, the dumpsters overflowing, the trash blowing around, that type of thing.
Sir, 5257 Pebble Beach.
Yeah.
Okay. Nick, you got that, Nick?
Very aware of the problems that he's talking about. Nick and I have discussed that one many, many times. They have been fined, I believe, several times already. They don't seem to get the message. I agree with you. And we just have to constantly keep on them. And I would implore you to call Nick every time you see the violation, as I do. And because they have 3 different sites with 6 different duplexes, and they are terrible construction group, period. So.
Yeah, well, like I said, it made no sense. I came around Friday and picked up all their portlets. And then I came back Saturday and they were working on the house, so I don't know.
Thank you.
Any other public comment? Motion to approve the consent agenda?
Motion.
Seconded.
Any comments? Call the vote.
Supervisor Brooks,
No.
Supervisor Herrick,
Yes.
Supervisor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Supervisor Norton,
Yes.
President Phillips.
Yes. The minutes from the Board of Supervisor for September the 24th. Are there any, what?
No, you're good, ma'am. You just approved all the.
We
that's
just
part of the
approved all
consent.
that?
We're
Okay.
good. Yep.
Good. Message from Commissioner Scott.
Good morning, Sun and Lake Board, staff, residents. Scott Keurig, your Highlands County Commissioner for District 3. Just a couple of things to report on. On the agenda here, your request from the county for some land parcels for the wastewater expansion. That conversation has been ongoing. I spoke with Boz just a few minutes ago to update him on that. I spoke with the county engineer on Friday and the county administrator yesterday morning. And those conversations are continuing to go on. That will be an item that will eventually come in front of our board. Once we have a set of plans that we sit down and identify those lots for the wastewater plant and future expansion that y'all have requested. And also understand that there's conversation about maybe a potential couple lots that you own down on the end of Schumacher. When we do the construction and the paving of that road, we're going to have to create a cul-de-sac down at the end. So county staff wants to talk with your administration about that also. As far as the recycling facility update, we are working on that. That conversation is continuing. Unfortunately, Hurricane Milton came between last time I was here and now. And that cleanup responsibility and what have you is something that's coordinated through solid waste. So they've been stretched a little bit thin, but I can assure you that I will continue to follow that moving forward and see that through fruition come 2025. Also, we're all glad to hear, and certainly Supervisor Brooks, that I believe that the ARPA payment, Coral, I believe the check has been cut. I believe you have it in hand. Okay, so that has all been taken care of. I appreciate all of Coral's efforts working with our staff. There was a lot of paperwork stuff and technicalities that had to be kind of sorted through when it comes for federal use of federal funds for reimbursement. So I was able to get through all that, and it's great to see that they were working together and got that resolved.
I'm sorry, you said we got the check?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And the check was for how much?
Was the balance of the 561 that we had applied for.
Yeah.
We received 78,000 prior, and this was the balance.
So you got 482?
Yes.
And the only reason I asked is because the month before, the report had a different number.
We submitted additional projects that were higher than the obligated amount. And the answer back, and it was going to be something I'll bring up, Commissioner Kerouac, the answer back was you have to stay within the parameters of what was.
Oh, so the
specifically
number in
obligated.
September, that 523 number, that was a bad number?
Well, no, that's the actual receipts we had to submit. But the county held us to the obligated amount that they started with, which is the 561.
Yeah, being the ARPA, the federal program, once we submit the packet to the federal government on the projects that were approved for here, those all had to be vetted through a consultant to see whether they met the guidelines for ARPA funding, which that was a process. And once they are, and we budget that amount out of those ARPA funds, then we lock in that amount. Any overages, and we've experienced them some on the county level on some ARPA projects that we're doing. Unfortunately, the federal government is not covering overages on those amounts.
So the question to be asked, sir, is I know the county has a few million unobligated ARPA funds. We have building a list for a next submission. I wanted this one to be done in the can and done. So it is done.
Sure.
We're going to be bringing back to the county for this.
Absolutely.
Otherwise, the money goes back to the feds and
Sure.
we all lose out.
No, absolutely. If there's some additional requests, continue to work with staff, and depending on where those funds end up, absolutely. Yeah,
So
not a
that's
problem.
about 70 or 80,000?
No, it's going to be more than that.
Oh, it's going to be more than that?
Because, I mean, there's about $2.5 million unobligated ARPA money. And we have a lot of projects that we want to get.
Yeah. There's some projects that we're working on finishing up also on the county level. So, yeah, and as those get finished up, some projects will come in a little bit under budget, some projects a little bit over budget. So we'll see where we end up and be glad to work with you on future requests. So, nothing else to report at this time unless any of you have any questions for me.
I just refresh my memory on the land parcel acquisitions. There's 3 requests.
Yes, sir.
How many parcels were there in the
I
3?
understand about a total of 9 at this point.
We're down to 9.
We're down to 9?
2 are in the wastewater area. The rest are along our force main lines, additional pump stations and so on. So that's the plan that the county engineer is asking for us to lay out. And then once that's laid out, they'll brief it to the county board, and then the county board will transition them. So.
Thank you.
Yeah, we have to be able to identify those lots on a physical engineering plan to put in front of the board to say, as you can see on this plan, this lot is needed for that expansion. It's never going to be built on. Home's not going to be built on there. It could be a lift station, could be that there's a main running right through the middle of it. You can't build on top of it or what have you. So those are the things that we're working on identifying between county staff and your staff out here. And to move forward, certainly I'm going to advocate for the donation of those lots back to the district. I think it's a win-win for everybody. So I, can't speak for the board. I can only speak for myself, but we operate just like the 5 of you. It takes 3 of us to approve anything. But on the surface, I don't see that there will be any resistance there, what have you.
I do have one more thing. I probably shouldn't bring this up, but why is the county so slow on picking up the debris from the hurricane?
Because we have very limited resources that have been assigned to us on our FEMA contract because of the devastation, the much more severe devastation in other parts of the state and the southeast. So you can imagine contractors or.
So we can't clean up the county and charge FEMA for what
No,
it
sir.
cost us?
No, you have for us to clean up this debris, we have 90 days to do it, the county, to receive 100% reimbursement back from FEMA. They have to be vetted, licensed FEMA contractors to come in here and clean up. There's only a certain library of contractors that anybody can use for FEMA cleanup that have all vetted through for their program. And when we request, we have to request through that organization, and then they try to bring whatever assets that they can bring in to help us with the cleanup. So all I ask is for everybody to be patient and be understanding that there's a lot of individuals in the state of Florida that lost everything.
No, I understand that, and I am sympathetic. A couple of years ago when we had a hurricane, it didn't present a situation like it did now.
Yeah.
You were able to pick it up within a week.
Yeah.
There was the
With the broad
devastation on the
impact
coast.
Yeah.
of Hurricane
There was a
Helene.
devastation on the
Yeah.
coast at that time.
Yeah.
Yeah, with Helene and Milton following it up and the damage that has happened, I can just tell you, as
Okay.
everybody
You
can
had
imagine,
two
resources
back
are
to-
stretched very, very
within
thin
10
right
days.
now. So we are monitoring the situations. I cannot tell you, I do not even as a commissioner know an exact schedule of when they will be in certain areas. They have somebody, FEMA requirement, those trucks that come to pick up that debris, you will notice that there is a vehicle that follows every truck around and documents every single address that they pick up at. That is a requirement of the federal government. It's a lot of money, a lot of technicalities and bureaucracy on this cleanup. And we don't just tell them to start here or start there. They all have a plan on how they clean up areas and how they address that. So we monitor them and work with them. The county, we have to pay for that cleanup up front, and then we wait for reimbursement from the federal government.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you all. Take care.
Thank you, sir.
Good luck.
Okay, the next item is item F. It's resolution number 2404-05 for interlocal.
Yes, ma'am. So a few months back, the city of Avon Park petitioned the county to conduct a interlocal agreement with all municipalities in Highlands County, more so to discuss roads, land acquisition, and so on. So it's specifically a one city to a county discussion. Well, the county's response was, if we're going to have this discussion, we want to have with all the major players in Highlands County, the 3 major cities plus the 2 districts, and anyone else that wants to participate. Based on state statute, we are required to conduct a resolution saying we want to participate. We go send that back to the county. They approve it at their board meeting like they did with Avon Park. And then we will be part of the discussion. Right now, they want to start meetings in November. These are our topics that we have as a discussion with the county, that we have been working off of very aged, I'll call it, or stale documents from many years past when it comes to development planning, the emergency debris removal we just talked about. And we need all those refreshed and updated. Newer ones we want to have a discussion with that involves the county, since it's two major entities, Avon Park and us, is this water in-connect that we did everything on our part, our side of it, but Avon Park has been negligent on their side. So I want the county to get involved in putting us two together to make that happen. This is the emergency water that if we ever have a problem with our water plant, we can get Avon Park water to keep our system functional. We've like I say, we've done everything on our side of 27. We got to do the other side of 27. And then the county preserve collaboration. We need a little bit more specific guidance on what our participation in that program is. They've been addressing some maintenance issues with us, who patrols it, stuff like that. So I need to have that basically on the table with them. A more interesting one is the election mapping. Tanglewood residents right now fall in a gray area that they don't vote for y'all. I'm talking the national type elections. Mm-hmm. They don't get an option to vote for the Board of Supervisors. And so I said, okay, that's interesting. Well, if they don't then that means they have to vote for Sebring because they're part of Sebring. Well, they don't. So basically Tanglewood is left in the middle, that those 1,000 residents have no vote in local representation. So part of this discussion will be with the county as well as the election commissioner to say, is there a mapping issue that needs to be sorted out where Tanglewood falls under somebody? I don't care who, they need.
But they are not landowners.
Yeah,
and
you have to be a
No,
landowner.
I understand.
You have to be a landowner.
I understand. And it also goes in us here is that we have renters in Sun and Lake that can't vote for representation for even y'all, renters.
Because
And sir, it's something that can be changed at the county and the state level.
Do we want to change it?
Yeah,
Or is that,
do we want to?
I mean, where did this come from?
Well, it's an interesting dynamic because it's an odd thing for only Florida. Renters get to vote everywhere else in America. I'm just saying.
But they,
It's just a discussion that we want. If the county wants to shoot it down and say, no, we don't want to entertain that as the election, or we're not going to send that up to the state, then so be it.
but do we want to?
Do we want to do it as a board, as a,
Well, I mean, that's, if the county elections commissioner states that she has to give that representation to somebody, not just for Tanglewood, for the rest of the county, then we don't have a say in it.
I'm confused.
I am too. I don't know why we're,
So we would have to change our bylaws because right now it says you have to be a homeowner. So we would have to change
Have
that.
to be a landowner.
you have to be a
I'm sorry.
landowner.
We would have to
Yes.
change all that, if indeed we were to change.
If it came from higher to us, yes.
But the only reason it come from higher to us is because us is bringing it to the higher.
Well, we're bringing it up as an issue for don't confuse the landowner vote to
Not,
election voting.
Mhm.
Florida residents election voting.
but you, in the election voting, you have to be a landowner in order to vote for the Board of Supervisors.
Yes.
Yeah, you have
Yes.
to be a freeholder. And
Yeah.
I think you have to be a freeholder under the code, which is a landowner. I think what Boz is pointing out is if the board it'd be at your pleasure because it would be an amendment to our charter,
Yep.
which we would have to go request the county to change, right?
But that's if we want to change.
Yeah, precisely.
Agree. But that's what these discussions are going to be for. If there's no appetite, the county either don't care or cares, then I bring back to you as they're not going to do it. We're done with this. Move on.
I don't understand why we would even open this can of worms. I mean, why are we doing this?
These are residents in Sun and Lake that have no voice in the Sun and Lake board. That's the way I look at it. They don't have a voice in our landowners. That's been written into our charter. We expect that. But then the other time they can vote in national or local elections, they don't even have a choice to anyone. But yet we charge them assessments, we charge them utilities, we increase their rates and everything. I'm just looking at it just plain fairness. And it's just an option for them to have a fair say in the vote.
So you're saying renters or
Anybody.
you have to open it up to more than just Tanglewood,
Yeah,
right?
well,
You'd have to
well,
open it
no.
up to the whole
The
district.
address
So
is
right
in
now-
Salt Lake, it's going to be. there-
Yes,
the-
so right now, Tanglewood's an odd thing that they don't have a say either way, to either Sebring or us. That's the discussion I want to have the election commission to have.
Hometown does.
No,
No,
hometown can't
hometown
vote,
doesn't
no.
vote, no.
So that's different. Now on the Sun Lake side, the only issue we have, and that's again a state of Florida thing, is that we have about 1,500, 2,000 renters. That's the same thing, because they're not freeholders, they're not landowners, they don't get a vote in any local, but they may be paying all the stuff that we ask them to pay. I think it's just a broader discussion that we explain it, because where it comes up is the residents bring it to us saying, well, why can't I vote for you guys? Why can't I vote for Scott Kerouac or whatnot? And I'm like, well, you don't own land. You don't own land in Florida. It's a Florida problem.
They can vote for Scott Kerouac.
Well, here, yes, I stand corrected. Yes.
Yes.
They can vote for county commissioner and above. Yes. Yes.
Okay,
I-
good luck.
It's a discussion. If now you direct me, if you want that bullet to be gone, and And I say, stay silent on it, I'll stay silent on it. It's just, I think it needs to be discussed at the county level and let the county inject in saying, we will not support this, let it be. And I'll be like, okay, let it be. They created our charter, they're gonna be able to change it. The rest are self-explanatory there. County fire stations and this 2 schools, we don't have any agreements with them. There's just an.
I can't see it here.
Yeah, they took.
Sorry. Okay,
Yeah.
after this, I can change it here, if you don't mind.
I would like it to be on there. I don't understand why we wouldn't at least talk about it. They can vote for everything else. Why couldn't they vote for us? That's just, that makes sense to me.
I mean, if it gets more participation, I'm all for it. But fine, don't commit without us.
No. It's gonna have to be a resolution. So this resolution is just for us to participate in the discussion.
If the county says that they're gonna do it, then we don't have a say anyway.
Exactly. Exactly.
I don't
Yeah.
think they would change it without.
No.
getting
Okay.
I don't know.
I would want to be part of a discussion of why we wouldn't want to do that. I don't understand why we don't do it. So help me out. Explain to me why we shouldn't have a full-time resident here and not be able to vote for us.
Well,
I'd like to make a motion to table this until the next meeting.
Well, if we table this resolution, we don't even participate in.
All right.
If that's what you want, then we stand out of the meetings, but they're starting the meetings in 2 weeks and
No,
we'll be the only
no.
one not at the table, so.
I want to be part of the talks, but
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure I want to.
I think we're going outside our boundaries of Sun and Lake Independent District that includes a uniqueness that is not anyplace else. And that's why people move from the East Coast and the West Coast here. You know, we are so centrally located. We're 68 miles from each coast. We're 87 miles from the Florida Mall. I mean, there's just a uniqueness about us that I don't know why we were trying to change.
You're saying you get people asking why they can't vote?
Yes. And those same people that move from areas where they can vote come here and say, well, what I asked for my ballot, I don't see my supervisors on there. And my response is talk to the county elections commissioner.
Yes.
She'll explain to you that you do not have a say because you're not a landowner freeholder. So we point them that way. It's just a discussion to have because it's just not known well.
Are we unique?
No, this is state of Florida.
So
This
if
is-
I lived in Avon Park and I can't vote for my city council?
If you were a renter, yeah.
Wow.
The
So
I think the thing I'd like, I don't mind pursuing it, but I think there has to be a stipulation. If you're going to start saying renters can vote, I think you have to put a time limit on how long they've been there. I mean, can't be there for 30 days and vote. I don't think that's right. But if they're a renter for 9 or 10
Yeah.
months.
If they come
or
here for
something.
3 months and they want to vote, then
They still have
how
to
do
be
you
a
do that?
registered voter in the state of Florida.
Sure.
Yeah, if we got rid of the freeholder requirement for the 3 board seats that are elected at the general election by the qualified electors of the district, the only requirement they just have to be a qualified voter. So if they establish residency here within the time period set by the Florida election code, whether they were here for 6 months, 10 years, they'd be allowed to vote. And as to the earlier question, does this only affect us? The Florida election code is one of the rare ones in the country that still does provide for freeholder elections. And I'm not aware of any other jurisdiction personally that still has them, but it is perfectly legal.
I'm good.
We'll start the discussions. That may be just a point that sound like you're the only one talking up, then we're moving on. Because everyone else that's not an issue for no one else. Sebring, Lake Placid, Avon, they're fine with it. And that's fine. So we're asking for a resolution here in your packet to approve 2024-05 to participate in the interlocal discussions with the county to initiate the planning.
See what the public says.
Get a motion.
No.
Yes, sir.
I think you
we
need
need public comment.
Yep.
What item are we commenting on?
On the resolution,
Item A.
item A. Yes, ma'am.
Kim Ledoux, 2830 Monza. I guess my only comment is, why don't we get objective information as far as is explaining and have the meeting and then come back and look at it, rather than, it seems like you're all talking about stuff we don't know, and he's got to gather information as well. So get the objective information, then come back. You're not voting on whether this is all going to happen today. You're just kind of talking and voting, or voting about, do we go get the information? That is my assessment.
We're voting on joining this organization.
Yes,
But it is,
To have
it's a
discussions.
discussion anyway.
about many things.
Right.
It's discussions about many things. It's not deciding these items yet, it's discussion. Thank you.
Any other comments? Call the vote.
No, we didn't get.
Oh, we need a motion
I
first
make the motion
To do what?
to
to have discussion.
approve
To approve it?
the resolution.
I second.
Resolution 2024-05.
Need a second?
I second. I third.
Call the vote.
Supervisor Herrick,
As long as it's got to come back to us, I guess I'll say yes.
Supervisor McLaughlin,
Yes.
Supervisor Norton,
Yes.
Supervisor Brooks,
Yes.
President Phillips.
Yes.
Thank you much. We should hear something on the November 19th board meeting. The first talks. It's going to be about a 6 to 8 month discussion, just to be aware.
And would you bring us back on what you are discussing?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Yeah, each month, after our
Please.
meetings, I'll bring back the
Because
summary.
we
of the
don't
meeting.
even know what we're voting on
I
here.
got you. Yes, ma'am.
Now we have the discussion for the Hornick Homes.
This is Horton Homes.
Horton Homes, I'm
So-
sorry.
so
I
yes,
do that
ma'am.
all the time.
Yeah, I know. Same here. DR Horton, yes.
DR Horton.
So we had this initial, this has been a few months now. We've been going back and forth with
Can I
DR.
get that here, please?
I'm sorry. Got it?
Nope.
Nope. Negative.
Is there something on?
There's something on
It's
there.
there now?
Well, we need to take that off.
Oh, I'll get you. Now you got it?
Got it.
All right. Okay, so we've been going on this discussion. Nothing has changed with the, what I would say, the terms of our start point agreement. We're just refining some of the language. So what we have here is, sorry, let me go back here. The discussion right now is for a land purchase sale of 100 parcels in the Unit 1620 area, more so Unit 20, I'm sorry, by DR Horton, where they will do all the development. And as you see there, the breakdown of the what they would pay us for the parcel, about 16 per parcel of 100. And they would be taking on the bulk of all, if not all, the infrastructure, water, sewer to our specifications, roads, streetlights, mailboxes, everything, swales, stormwater. And they would be part of that project under our supervision, our utility department. What we're down to is that there's some language, and it's not a contentious issue. There's some language that Garrett's working on when it comes to what they pay assessment-wise moving forward. And since we can't lock them in with an assessment rate, you need to pay X amount of assessments for the next 5 years because the assessments can change based on a board vote. We're just working on the language that they accept, that they understand boards or assessments could go up or down. So they're not going to be locked into a rate. It's going to be at the current rate established for that year. That's all we're working on. That's really the only holdout language. It's just been going back and forth. I'm trying to avoid a lot of the pitfalls that we're dealing with other contracts that we left it very open-ended. We're trying to lock it in as best as we can, and that's the only sticking point, trying to clean up that language. As for the development side of it, no issues whatsoever. Everything from single-family homes, they all have garages, they all have lawn irrigation, they all will be they want centralized mailboxes, kind of like the Pebble Beach area. There will be some green space incorporated in there. There's still a discussion at their level of, do they want a community pool, or are they going to pay us to upgrade our pool to give those people a place to come? Hence a later discussion today. And that's why you see in there, there's about a $400 commitment towards amenities based on the sales price that they're willing to pitch in for the district amenities for these new 100 houses. So what we're asking for today is that the conceptual agreement for the land sale is concurred with by y'all based on the last couple of language issues, and then we can sign it and get them to move into the closing and the next stage of this to start paying out, as well as building. They will not actually build. They're thinking that with all the land, the closing documents and whatnot, probably the soonest they can push any dirt will be in the spring, the summer of next year. So the agreement will be live. They'll start making the payments as per that payment schedule. And they're thinking that after they confirm the 100 parcels and they do their design work, they will start doing construction. But their construction moves pretty quick. So they're thinking in the first year, most of the houses will be up with the infrastructure, and it'll start connecting into our network. Our commitment to this is we will do the connection from all their lines to our network. So think of the Pebble Beach area, I'll use that for an example, where the road ends and where they're building north. They will do all the work bringing that 1 or 2 pipes there, and we do that connection because that's our network now. But they're paying for everything. We will provide specific engineering on the roads, and we've done this part of the agreement. You'll see in your document there. We've told them how wide the roads will be. They have sidewalks. They will have curb and gutter, everything like that. So we provide them all the engineering specifics. We will provide them and coordinate with the Postal Service for the centralized postal. It'll also include a turn off with a covered area, lighted. So it'll be the next level of a proper mail pickup. It won't be just sitting on the side of the road. It's basically going to be a mail station where people get off the road, get their mail safely, and then can drive out. So we'll do that. All the irrigation systems will be wired in to a centralized network to one well. Once we get reclaimed water from our new wastewater plant, we turn the well off and we top it into our wastewater plant. Now all those people will be on the wastewater reclaimed water for their lawn use. And then as you see there, assessments will start in the 2025 cycle, and it'll start with a vacant parcel category. As they build out, it goes to developed, and then it goes to occupancy. So it'll go from the $160 per parcel up to the $800 some odd once they're sold and they're in housing status. So that's our commitment to it. This is the area dead center of that map. The center unit 20 area is where they're starting with. The other areas are the potential growth, where we as a district own a large chunk of parcels, and that would be where they would start expanding to the future years. All the houses are in the $350,000 range, minimum, starting at that with what they've presented so far. And they've already given us the facades, and I think that was in your package last month. So that's the specific area, that greened out area in Unit 20, that's between Cortez and what I call the Pebble Beach turn there, not as close to the golf course. These are not golf course parcels. All the green is what we own as a district. That's why we're choosing that area there. So what we're asking for is a motion that there's an agreement that the board that we can move forward the land sale to them for the $1.6 million. The concern, and it may be just a concern of an over concern on my part, in discussions with their corporate, I would like to just give them the confidence that this board is accepting of this agreement, wants to lock in the sales price, wants to lock in the agreement. We will sort out the language in the next few weeks, and then we'll get president to sign off the contract. But if the board has no interest in this, then I want to tell them that they're going to start going to Sebring and other places to build. And I don't think we want to lose them. If we come out of this with a vote that you all are in agreement to do the land sale, then I can call them after this afternoon and say, you have your agreement, move forward, let's get the language done because my board has already approved this.
Okay.
That's kind of what we're asking for right now. Yep.
All righty. Is there any public comment on this?
Yes. Yeah.
Board comment?
Make a motion to approve the.
No, hold comment.
Go ahead.
Do you have discussion?
Yes.
I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Don't we have other contracts with the same contractor that hasn't been fulfilled?
No, this is DR Horton. This is
Oh,
brand new.
Different guy.
It's a
Yeah,
national
different guy.
company. They're
Okay.
mostly in the coastal and Orlando area. This will be their first foray into Highlands County. So
Right.
So my question is similar to John's, is do we have any fail safes in there that prevents what's going on with Hornick versus this one?
So the language that Boz is talking about is important because it ties the development standards to the actual sale of the land. And we're going to build some standards in that are enforceable so that if they don't meet a certain requirement by a certain date, we can sue under the contract, take the land back, things like that. So far, we have not received the actual language for the development standards, the implementation timeline. We've agreed to deal points essentially, but actually how it'll all work together, that we still need from them. And then what you all are doing today, essentially to keep them on the hook, so to speak, is, hey, the main deal points look good. You know, we're in agreement with this. We're going to direct staff to bring back a completed contract at the next meeting where you all, again, if you want to vote it down then because something came up that you don't like, you can kill it then. But this is just, I think, for the developer to have a little confidence that, you know, you all like the main deal points. And that's why at the end there, you'll see the motion, we recommend adding in pending final, you know, language approval. So
we are addressing everything that we've been running into the past year and a half with older agreements. Trust me, we are addressing all that infinite detail to make sure that we are holding this developer, as we should all developers, to a high standard, and there's expectations that we can have a little teeth to our contract moving forward. Yes.
And the main issue with the other developer in town is more or less centered around the assessment schedule of how the district is assessing the lots they've purchased. With DR Horton, that won't be an issue. They just need clarity on what assessment category their lots will fall into. They had originally wanted the district to freeze assessments in time at one number forever, which doesn't comport with how assessments work. But they're agreeable to, as long as they're in a specific category, you know, single family residential, so they can give their buyers some, you know, some insights into what they might be on the hook for moving forward.
I went to Orlando and toured two of their different areas. They're excellent.
Yeah.
I mean, they're very nice communities. Very nice.
So this will be Schutz Bowen, which is the law firm that represents DR Horton. They're very good. We've worked with them before on development agreements. We're working on one with them right now in Okeechobee County. So I think it'll all go very smoothly, and we should have, as long as they get the language back to us in the next week or so, we should have it teed up for the November meeting.
Okay. Any other board discussion?
I do have just a couple of issues. I mean, I'm totally for the agreement. But if you read this, I have a couple of questions. The centralized mailbox system, is that like before, while they're doing the development, there's a centralized mailbox for everybody in that area? My question is, once all the homes are built, don't they have their own individual mailboxes?
No. So from the get-go, and they could go that way, but we're dealing with so many code enforcement issues across our district with different flavors of mailboxes that DR Horton would prefer that they just build a centralized location. You know what the ones off of Sun Lake Boulevard across from the Fairway, you don't go that way.
Right across the street.
So people are going to have to walk to their mailboxes?
Well, it's going to be positioned the entry to the community, and that's why I'm saying it's a drive-through. It's the entrance to their community. There's no multiple entrances to this community.
We're coming off one street. And on the side will be a mailbox station, with large boxes for every home. It'll be covered, powered, secured, and that's where people get their mail
Right down
delivered.
there. That's
Yeah.
all.
Yeah.
All of Pebble Beach, San Bruno, San Benito.
Yeah.
Does that
All
make,
of those areas.
so that makes it okay?
No, I'm not saying it makes it okay. I'm just saying that's the way it is.
That's what we'd prefer. They will do either way.
Okay, I
If
was
the
just,
consensus, you want to have every individual mailboxes, then I need to write in that into the contract, the type to install. And then the problem's going to be once that first mailbox dies out, let's say, gets hit, the replacement needs to be the same. And we just got to figure out that for long term.
I mean, to me, it was a concern. If it doesn't bother
Yep,
anybody else, that's fine.
I think one of the things I've seen is that it prohibits us from expanding the roads in all of these narrow places because of mailboxes.
Yes.
Well,
If the mailboxes weren't there, you could expand to have
that's
a
another
better
question.
Yeah, that's another
Street.
question.
That was
And
another
it's
question
not
I
that
had.
inconvenient when you, at least I have not found it to be that inconvenient for myself to stop there.
I don't know if I want to mail a piece of mail and I have to get in the car to drive to a mailbox to mail it. That's a pain in the, to me, it's an inconvenience. Maybe to nobody else.
Does this have anything to do with the houses on Cortez that I thought they were going to purchase and finish?
DR Horton has bought a bunch of those. Yes.
But that's outside of this whole.
Totally different. Yeah, it's not part, it's 100. Yes, sir. Yeah. They've bought 51 parcels separately prior to this, individual parcels. That is not going to be a community. That's just going to be DR Horton homes around the district. This is a DR Horton community.
Okay. I have a question on road segments.
Yep.
24-foot width. I'm not sure. What do we have out here now and what
32.
should we have had if we were doing it all over again?
Our roads range from 18 to 20. We
So
should have had
24
20.
is,
This county standard's 22. I'm wanting 24.
so we'll be able to get cars go?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's a good thing.
With a Miami curb and gutter the entire way.
Okay, I am concerned about this other thing on page 12. It says, we expect all houses to have a minimum of a one-car garage and 1,100 square foot per house. I don't remember, when we saw all these diagrams that they sent us of all these homes, they were 13, 14,
You're exact. Nothing's that small. We are
1,100 is not acceptable to me. I got to tell you.
And we can increase that. That's the standing request to the county right now. That's the language we use.
I thought because this was going to be a new attempt on our part, we were going to make them decent size.
We can up that number. They're not going to have a problem because all the designs they submitted is up, like you're saying, above 1,300.
Yeah, but I don't want to say you can do 1,100, even though they gave us all these designs for 13 or 14.
I will go back and adjust that
Do
to
you
the
guys agree
13.
with that?
I do.
Yeah,
I
no, that's
definitely
fine.
do.
That's not going to be an issue. Trust me on that one. Yeah.
So is it going to be changed?
I will, that'll be, we'll change it. Yes, sir. Yeah. 1,300 you want to use.
Could I ask a question? Are these going to be mandatory single-family homes?
Yes, sir. All single family mandatory. No duplexes, no triplexes, no nothing.
From what I understand,
You got to,
Can you come up?
you got to get on the record. Sorry.
I'm sorry, it was my understanding that you do not control that. As long as somebody has side-by-side lots, they can enjoin those and build a duplex there.
We control it since this is a development agreement that we are controlling the agreement. What you're referring to is the standing county rules.
Build this in the agreement.
Yes, sir.
And the county cannot
You're exactly right.
override that
You got it.
agreement.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yep.
But what's currently withstanding throughout the rest of Sun and Lake, you can't do anything about the county overriding you as far as letting them put duplexes.
We are asking for changes for the future, sir. We cannot roll the clock back on what you see out there right now.
Okay.
Yeah, but we are asking for those changes exactly in future updates to our charter that the county controls for us. Yep.
Yeah, we were.
So
Does that make sense?
Okay, it's only good for the future, so you can't turn the clock.
Yeah, exactly right, sir.
Right.
So again, looking at these diagrams, 1672,
Mhm.
1828, and 2011. So if we're saying that 1,100 is not appropriate, what number do we want in there for the contract?
1,500.
I mean, that's up to us, right?
DR Horton does have a major portfolio of homes. So they could, in future developments, come to us and say, hey, we would like a smaller. I would prefer we set a realistic number from here. I understand your issue with 11. I think 15 would be a little bit on the high end because it cuts out two of their major portfolios that are in the 1,400 range. Be honest, I'd be more comfortable if we said 13 and then just cap it right there. 1,300 is a decent size home. Yeah. That's not living, that's only living space. That's not counting your garage.
That's not
You can't-
counting the
You can't
garage.
sham a
That's
garage in
living
there and
space.
get 1,300. Yeah.
One of the things that might be useful is, market conditions might change throughout the life of the building out of the development. If we do have a minimum set, like 1,300 square feet, the board might want to consider building in an option for DR Horton to come and seek approval from the board in the future. If market conditions change, they might say, hey, I can't build the last 50 lots because, the people who want to buy in don't want a 1,800 square foot house, right? They want something smaller,
I just don't want 1,100.
I think we ought to put a minimum, and that's the minimum.
1,100?
1,300.
Yeah, remember, this is for the first 100.
I'd go to 13. I wouldn't go with 11.
This is for the first 100. Let's lock them in at a number for this 100.
Mhm.
To Garrett's point, if they come back to us and they say the next 100, maybe we would like something smaller, it's a whole different discussion. Does not affect
Right.
this one. Yeah.
Right, that's correct.
I mean, I could bring up, do you want? I mean, I was going to bring up, I'm not so big on one-car garages either.
You want more than
I
one
hate to
car?
say that, but I think two-car garage, I mean, you build a 1,400 square foot home, you need a two-car garage. Or maybe that's just me, I don't know.
We can have that discussion with them. I can see if they have model. I think all their models that I showed you, they're all one car.
Two-car, I think.
Are they all
Yeah.
two car?
Yeah.
Well, and then maybe a
Or 1.5.
That one,
I can have that discussion with them, see how bendable they are.
What we
on that.
don't want to do is make it so restrictive
Yeah.
that we lose the contract. That's what we don't want.
No,
Our thing is it's a
And I
minimum one
think-
car.
I'm
Yeah.
not looking to lose the contract
Yeah.
either, don't.
I think having the minimum one car
13,
garage.
I think 1,300
Okay.
living space is a good number.
But all these models do have two-car garages.
Yes,
there you go.
that's what I saw. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I just want to give my personal opinion, issue that I had with the mailbox. My neighbor across the street is going to end up with 6 mailboxes on his property. So I suggest you go to the post office and talk logistics because all the mailboxes have to be on one side of the road due to them, because I had to change my mailbox from in front of my house to across the road, then my neighbor tore it down and then we had to go back and, it's a whole issue about it. So a centralized mailbox, I would have preferred, just.
Thank you.
That's all I had.
Got it.
Any other board?
Any other board discussion?
I make a
I'm good.
motion to approve the DR Horton House agreement with the caveat that we change the minimum square footage to 1,300 under air.
And then can you add pending final development agreement?
Pending the final development agreement attachment.
Can you put the garage in? Or you don't want to?
I think,
You build a 1,400 square foot home with a one-car garage,
I'd rather have at least the one car than
No car.
So to give you some comfort, those designs that they included is what they're submitting to the county. They're not going to do a bait and switch and now give.
Well, that's a two-car
We've
garage.
approved, they're all two car. So we've already approved it. It's gone to the county and that's what they're building if we approve
Well,
this
then
development.
it should say so in the agreement.
I can tell them that.
If we've already approved it,
Okay, sir. Again, like with the 1,300, we can have that, add that language in there.
But I don't. I'd like him to have that discussion with him, but I don't want it to be necessarily.
Deal breaker.
And
well, he's going to have the discussion because he's going to come back with the actual contract.
I
We're
got it. It's on my
we're
list.
just deciding today.
All right,
Can we
I-
vote on this?
we're going to move forward.
Second.
I'll go with that.
Yep.
Any other discussion? Call the vote, please.
Who seconded
Supervisor
it?
McLaughlin,
Wait a minute, we have.
Yes,
John,
I
second.
seconded it.
Oh, did you? John?
Yeah,
Yes.
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
Supervisor Norton,
Yes.
Supervisor Brooks,
Yes.
Supervisor Herrick,
Yes.
President Phillips.
Yes.
Thank you much. We'll get you back, hopefully something in November's meeting.
Don't forget to check out golf memberships.
Yes, sir.
I mean, for new homeowners.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Gotcha.
And make it a special.
We are working at,
Please.
yes. Yep.
Where am I? What-
We're on agenda item H, Assessment Appeal Committee. You good, ma'am?
Okay.
Okay, so this is our time of the year where we put together our appeal committee
But
for,
did we, excuse me?
Yep.
Horton Homes, okay,
yep, we're good on that.
okay.
All right, so we're putting together our list before the December meeting. This is the composition of our folks. We have a non-voting member, our legal. We have a non-voting, or a voting member, our district finance director. It's called the comptroller in our charter. A non-voting member is our district finance manager, is a subject matter expert. He controls our assessment model. We have 2 citizens that are board members, and our board secretary is the scribe, and that's based out of our charter. So at 10 a.m. on Friday, you'll see we're having our assessment appeals committee. Once the assessments get mailed out this week, you'll start receiving them. We'll start getting feedback from residents that want to protest their assessment. This is our maintenance assessment, operational maintenance assessment, nothing tied to the wastewater. Our 2 volunteers that have already contacted the district, we've sent some information out to the list of folks that we have on short list for stuff like this. Mr. Moseline from Calatrava and Dr. Fu from Manor Hill have both offered their services. So there's our 2 residents. What I need from the board here, and you see a timeline there, that we'll build some packets. We'll get it to the board for review, and then we'll bring this back to you in January for a vote on the appeal committee's recommendations if they want to decrease, increase, more so decrease or waive an assessment. What we're needing here is a vote for a board member, a sitting board member. It doesn't have to be, since we're doing this in December, it does not have to be tied to the potential election changes. So we just need 1 EO5 to be either volunteered or voted on to be part of this committee so we can start getting the team together. So.
Do we have any volunteers?
I've done it 2 years in a row and I don't want to monopolize it, so I'll let someone else do it.
We're glad to let you do it.
I'm good.
A volunteer.
Thank you.
Thanks, John.
All right, so that takes care of the first one. Then by adding Dr. McLaughlin's name on the bottom there, can we get a motion to approve the 2024 District Appeals Committee members?
I make that motion to approve the appeals assessment team committee members.
I'll second.
Any discussion?
Do we have to vote it?
We just need a vote to approve the committee.
Okay.
That's all, yeah.
We need public to ask
Yeah.
public comment.
I thought so. Public comment?
There's a good many people.
Call the vote.
Supervisor Norton,
Yes.
Supervisor Brooks,
Yes.
Supervisor Herrick,
Yes.
Supervisor McLaughlin,
Yes.
President Phillips.
Yes.
All right, thank you much, and we'll get with you, Dr. McLaughlin, on future meetings to get coordinated for this. All right, we go into agenda item I, the fifth third bond
Yep.
discussion.
Yes.
This actually, we had a pre-meeting with Garrett, we're asking this to be a discussion. Don't need a motion coming out of this. There's some late breaking information that legal received, so we're just going to keep this at the discussion level. No motion required. So in very brief summary, you all are aware, and for our residents, the district was built with some what we're calling bonds, municipal bonds. They're really not the best term to use for what they were. They're basically loans that were given to develop our community with our road networks and so on many years ago. Right now, we have two bonds that are out there and active in our district. One's called the Fifth Third Bank, one's called Auckland, and they're the ones that control some bonds that are still live, valid out there. This one specifically, the Fifth Third, started back in the 2000, so it's on the end of life basically for the bond. There's basically 140 parcels still active, and based on people not paying the bond, which is basically a lien on the parcel, You can still have a house, you can build a house, you can develop area, but you'll always have a lien till the lien's satisfied. So this is where this situation comes into play. We have about 140 parcels still out there, and the average, that's just the bond lien, I'll call it, that's on these parcels start in the $15,000 to higher range. We have some that are over $30,000 that are owed on the parcel. That's why these parcels have not been developed, have just been left to go by the wayside. They're not paying taxes, they're not paying anything. They're just, floundering out there, and it's going to be a hardship in the future if we don't satisfy these. Many of them are vacant, and there's been some issues. A lot of these come up for a potential sale or of interest. Once the buyer figures out there's a large lien on it, they just walk to another one and find a different parcel. In our discussions over this year, we've been trying to clean up the whole bond discussion to make it clear for our residents as well as for the accounting purposes. We as a district, we are charged with the accounting, the collection of the money, and then we send the bond companies the funds once transactions are done. We've been in contact with the Fifth Third folks to discuss opportunities here where we could get them out of Sun and Lake doing business, and Sun and Lake then can help deal with these parcel owners separately. There's a discussion going on right now that ended with some meetings with legal and some offers, counter offers back and forth. And right now they're very accommodating to conduct an agreement with us. The reality is, if you laid out the totality of what's owed with interest, fines, fees, principal, and everything, the number is into the millions that is owed on this bond. It's a very large number. That's a challenge because of the collection of it and how to collect it over the years. And we're basically dealing with an entity here, the bank, that is been here for 20 plus years, pretty much done with the district. They want to move on, we want to move on. So we have an opportunity here to what I'm calling buy them out, so then we become in the driver's seat, take them out of the picture, and then we as a district are dealing with these owners of these 140 parcels. It started into the hundreds, 600 or 700 is what the bond was on. Now we're down to 140. So we have an opportunity here. And part of that opportunity is that there's some negotiations going on right now. In your packet and in the brief here, we came up with a 625 number. That's what we are comfortable as a district, wanting to offer and deal with Fifth Third. There's some negotiation going on recently. I'll turn it over to Garrett to explain the discussions he's having with their legal counsel, because they're always having to go up. The people we're talking to, granted the legal counsel, but we're trying to get to that decision maker, so it gives us the firm number so that we can just sign it and transfer money. And that takes a few days dealing with them. So Garrett.
Yeah. So we had it was, I believe, Boz, Coral, and I, we had a meeting with Tom Wood, who's the attorney for Fifth Third Bank, and a representative from the bank, Sylvia Cruz. It was a long meeting. We worked through, and that's when its boss said the Fifth Third Bank indicated to us that they'd like to be done with this too. They had originally kind of intimated that their number would be in the millions to resolve this. That turned out not to be the case. Their initial offer to the district to resolve the outstanding assessments, and it's just to, any agreement would not just be to have the note assigned to the district, which means it would be our note. So, we could negotiate existing, outstanding delinquent principal balances on these lots. We could collect on behalf of the district, not on behalf of the bank. We could foreclose on lots that were delinquent as a way to make the district whole from this transaction. It makes the lots more marketable. So there are all these good things. This would also be a release of any claims Fifth Third has against the district for any breach of duty that they may claim the district has, and it would cover us from a liability perspective, which is worthwhile in pursuing. Their initial number to us was $850,000. to resolve the outstanding note. We countered at $621,000, and I got a call late last night from their attorney who indicated that their counter to that was $650,000. So they've come down $200,000 in the last week. That's where we're at. They had originally requested that if anything was going to happen, it would have to happen at the meeting today. Obviously, that hasn't happened. The folks who work on this particular asset and the law firm, they're all based in Tampa. So the recent storm kind of knocked them out for a few weeks on moving this forward. But if we were to come to some agreement, they're fine with it happening at the next meeting. And that'd be enough time for us to work up an agreement like this. That's where this is at right now. I have thoughts that I'd love to share with you all one-on-one after the meeting, but that's kind of the back and forth so far on this.
So the number is not 165, 625, it's 650, is that correct?
Their current offer to us that we have not responded to is 650. And
So why don't we just vote on that now and be done with this? This is going on for way too long. Way too long.
And why would we, it's $25,000. Let's get it done.
25,000.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes, I understand.
I mean,
No, okay.
let's just say you can do 650 and be done with the damn thing.
That's certainly an option.
I personally want to hear the one-on-one conversation with Garrett before I would commit to that.
Yeah.
This has been going on for 10 years.
And at least, and we might have a chance to get some of the money back with the foreclosures and the selling and.
We have a really good chance to get a good chunk of the money back, but there are other things that aren't directly connected to this transaction that'll free the district up in other ways. Like there are so many lots right now that have delinquent district assessments. And if we were to go foreclose on those lots right now, we'd have to send all the money that we recover to the bank because we owe, there's tens of thousands of dollars outstanding on the 44 note, right? When we're in control of the note, if we go foreclose on those lots, as Boz likes to put it, we can take positive control of them, right?
So
for $650,000, we can take positive control of all those lots.
And then we can foreclose on everybody.
Yeah.
Exactly.
There are some, and I'm sure you all are aware, we've chatted about this before, there are some of these particular assessments that, there are legal challenges that have been raised to the collectability of some of them. I know it's a point here on the slide, but that in no way affects all of the, or I guess for you, the previous slide, that in no way affects all of the liens on a lot of these parcels. So,
So the worst that can happen, if we were to pay the 650, we would take all the lots, we could foreclose on any of them, and any money we get would be for us. That's the worst.
We would collect for our benefit, and the long-term effect, which I know is important for the board because you've noted it all year long, is that you guys want development. There's so many vacant lots out there that are sitting vacant and no one wants to touch them because they have these outstanding assessments on them for $50,000, $60,000. And who wants to buy a $10,000 lot when they have to satisfy a $50,000 lien?
Well, I'm, no offense. I don't see what a one-on-one conversation will do to explain this any further.
I think
we just
have your one-on-one right now. What do you want to say that you haven't said in front of us right now?
Yeah, I think we could do it for less than 650. I don't think the bank has very much leverage, and we could stick to our number or maybe only go up a little bit more. Deposit.
This will be resolved in the next few weeks by the next board meeting. It will be resolved.
Well, how about if we do this?
Yeah.
If we authorize
there you go
for you guys not to be more than 650.
Let's do that. We will
Motion to pay out no more than 650. That gives us the discussion, the leverage.
Does
to
that-
And
what
if
we
you can
need to
get
do.
624, go for it.
And then we'll
Is
have
that,
the
does that
discussion.
help you?
Not really.
Well, what do you want to know?
I want to know what he wants to say one-on-one, Craig.
He just said
Yeah,
it.
You just said it.
we could do it for less.
What he said was, we can do it for less.
No,
He
no,
thinks.
not less than 625.
What would be helpful is if you all could give Claus and I direction to bring back to the board at the next meeting a release and assignment agreement with Fifth Third, not to exceed, whatever number you all wish, which 650 is perfectly fine.
If you're telling me that their last offer was 650, I'll say 650 is your cutoff. I would vote for that. If you can do less, great. But I would say come back to the board next month with a number and let's be done with this issue.
With an agreement.
With an agreement.
Yeah,
Okay.
it'll be full release. They've already agreed to those, that it's a full release and it's an assignment of the note. So they're releasing us from any liability for past issues, any
Yeah, 'cause-
future claims they might have, and it'll be our asset.
And I don't think we should kid ourselves when it says the parcel owners will be specially assessed. The prince, I mean, you can't say that. We're not, these people haven't paid yet. What makes you think they're going to pay anyway? I
Exactly.
mean, come on.
No,
The
there are
more
methods
important
to
thing is that
recoup.
we
I mean,
get
to do
rid
a
of the
special assessment
$2.1
on-
million.
Yes.
Stuff and stuff.
We take the bank out of the discussion.
Exactly.
That's the main issue.
That's the main issue.
And you're not going to get any money from these people. They haven't paid yet.
Not from those people, but once we get positive control of the parcels, we sell the parcels and we recoup some of our money back.
Just be happy to get the parcels and resell them.
Exactly. No, you're right. That's how we get our money back.
That's how we
Yes.
get the money.
Do we have a motion?
I mean, one more question. You've got nothing else to say.
Just that I think, I'll say this, there was a lot of posturing in their meeting earlier in the month. And I think we correctly assessed that they didn't really have any leverage on the district moving forward. And I think that's borne out the fact that, their first offer, their second offer was a $200,000 difference. I think they're ready to move on and they don't want any part of this. So
Did the person that offered the 650 have the authorization to settle this?
So the way the offer was communicated to me is that the individual with Fifth Third who gave the attorney authorization to communicate that number to me has authority, and that he needs to know more or less this week what the number is so that he can get it, get the paperwork done at the bank so everything's signed up, ready for you all to sign at the next meeting, which is in 3 weeks from today. So yeah, it's approved, but it's.
Anything else, Greg?
Nope, I'm good.
Do we have to say it again?
I make a motion to approve the amount of pay up for the remaining 140 parcels at no more than 650K to give you guys the authorization to go up to 650, but we would prefer
Less.
the 6.25.
Second.
Public discussion? Any more discussion on the board? Call the vote, please.
Supervisor Brooks,
Yes.
Supervisor Herrick,
Yes.
Supervisor McLaughlin,
Yes.
Supervisor Norton,
Yes.
President Phillips.
Yes.
Thank
Good
you
luck.
much.
Good luck.
We'll sort it out.
It's 25,000.
Okay, petitions and communications.
The main communication received, you all should have the packet now. It's a unsolicited bid for the wastewater plant. Y'all are aware, we've been dealing with
Sustainability.
I'm sorry, Mike, blanked out. Sustainability partners with our water systems and our water meters, and it's been amazing and outstanding work. They've been watching and seeing our progress with our wastewater, and definitely would be a valuable partner there. They've provided an unsolicited bid to help us move forward with this planning for it. So please read that, digest it. We'll have future discussions about this. And then we'll see if them and the team they're bringing with Haskell engineers and so on is an appropriate team that may be the ones to help us actually bring this to live fruition and get there. So that's just, we're not going to dig deeper into it. They are available at the meeting, after the meeting, to chat with if you want to individually just say hi to Mike and the team. Very quickly, tied to this, the DEP product is in hand to DEP, our loan side of it. We've been going, there's 1 or 2 capital finance documents that they're asking for us to prepare. We're sending that back to them. Not a hiccup, it's just they've added some requirements there. So we'll be going back and forth a little bit. And the soonest that they're saying, based on the holiday schedule, is potentially the December meeting, more so probably going to be a January meeting where they would explain to us and lay out the maximum amount. The new number now that we've asked for the loan is $60.5 million is what we need. Now, I say that we've added into that number a 30% contingency for costs going up. So that's a very generous number. We're hoping to bring that thing in a lot less than that. But I wanted to make sure that we don't have to come back to the well all the time. So that's the $60.5 million. And that's what we'll see what DEP will give at that point in time. That's where we stand on that.
Okay.
Thanks for submitting.
Right. Staff reports, General Counsel.
Yes, I have a few items for you all today. I'll touch on the Hornick development issues. I guess they're 2 separate discussions, really. The first is, as you know, there was 2 sales contracts approved by a previous board back in 2021. Raymond Hornick and his new partner have not paid assessments on those 490 some odd lots. The reason why is because the district was billing them on a per lot basis rather than on an acreage basis. I had a lengthy chat with their legal counsel last week, and we squared all that away. So presently, right now, I've talked to finance, the team about it, and Boz about it, and we will be sending them invoices for the past 4 years for them to come current on their assessments. It'll be at $401 an acre.
Yep.
For 79.5 acres over those 3 years, and then for 2021, it's prorated. Looks like they have them for me right here. Perfect. So I will send those over to Mr. Hornick's team so they can dispute them, pay them, whatever they're going to
So
do.
what is the total amount of those?
So for so for the 3 full years, it's a little over $30,000 a year.
So he owes us
150,000.
About 100.
Thereabouts.
Yeah.
about 150,000?
So,
So if he pays the 150,000, where are we with unit 12? Because I'm still confused. Is that on the original set of parcels? And the second set, he hasn't?
yeah, so in 2021, he bought 2 areas of Unit 12. They're referred to as Arlington 1 and Arlington 2. They're right at the north side of Unit 12. They don't have any, there's no connection to any road system. It's just all vacant land. But I think he wanted to purchase those swaths of land so he could develop them and do something with them. He's done nothing with them. Both agreements provided for the same sort of assessment regime. So I call it the first 2 years. He was to be billed the lowest acreage rate that the board approved for assessments, but we couldn't, he didn't have to pay it for the first 2 years. After 2 years, he had to come current, and then the 2 years after that, he was billed under a different assessment category, but by acreage, not by lot. And that he had 2 years essentially to pay that as well, unless he transferred it to a third party or got it replatted by the county, which he did not get it replatted. So at this point, the assessments for 21, 22, or 21, 22, 22, 23, 23, 24 are all due when we send the invoices. He has until April 1st of next year to pay the current year assessments on the property. Their attorney does not dispute that they obviously owe the district this money. They may dispute the way we determined the acreage amount, But we had the district's engineer, which just so happens to be their engineer as well. We got the acreage calculation from them. So we feel confident in it, and that'll be that.
Is the 150,000 on the whole thing or just the first portion?
Those two things.
Both.
That's the,
And the second option, that's not those two things. That's more land.
it's more land. That'll
Yeah.
be. we'll
What's the
discuss
deal
that
with
later.
that?
So that's the second discussion here is they still dispute that the amended option agreement is invalid. It is, you all never ratified the amendment.
Right.
Because the original option agreement was approved by the board pursuant to resolution. So any amendment to an agreement that's approved by the board has to be amended by the board. And the agreement provides for that. It says any amendment has to be done with the same formalities as the original agreement. The prior GM just unilaterally agreed to extending the terms, right?
Well, we've been talking about that for 6 or 7 months and we haven't done anything about it yet.
Yeah, well,
We have.
we have nothing to do other than, we've.
So what is the deal with that second group of lots?
So presently, the current option agreement is still in effect until August 25.
And then what?
And then after that, he can't exercise his option anymore.
So he doesn't own us anything on the second group of lots until August of 25 or?
He doesn't owe us, he's paid the 50,000 under the original option agreement that we're holding on to.
So that we got.
So yeah, and he made sure to pay us the 50 under the original option agreement to preserve his argument that it's still valid, which the district does not, we don't disagree with that. The original option agreement.
So in August of 25, what happens?
The option agreement expires. So if he has not exercised his option before that date, then he can't exercise his option anymore.
Does that mean the land's ours?
Yeah, all that land is ours. All that land that's not platted on the map is owned by Sun and Lake.
So we just.
His option is he has the right of first purchase on it right
Okay.
now.
So of August of 25, if he doesn't do anything, we can do
We
something
can do
with it.
anything we want with everything that's not in plats.
Yeah, it expires. The practical reality, and I should say, Mr. Hornick's legal counsel again reiterated to me that he's fine to have a court decide whether the amended option is valid or invalid, and that's perfectly fine. I think we'll win there. The practical reality is that I think Mr. Hornick and his team, I don't know if they necessarily have the liquid assets to maintain this many lots, to carry this many lots, particularly given the fact that now, you all just approved and levied a special assessment for the wastewater plant that applies to all of these lots as well. So, starting next October, he's going to owe $180 per lot for the special assessment. We don't have to hold those in the banks. So, which his legal counsel says that they shouldn't have to pay any money for the special assessment, which, we obviously disagree with.
And the area in blue right now, since it hasn't been platted into individual lots,
So
what is the special assessment there for wastewater
So it's the whole.
that is due?
We have on record, and the county has recorded 469 parcels.
In that
So
blue-
he's
in the
getting
blue square?
469 times 180 bill when Coral hits print on the assessment bills in the next week or two. So he's going to
He's got that
get that.
until.
Well, he has until
he-
September, like
yeah.
everyone. Yes, sir.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
I thought he was going to have that redrawn because that's a Tanglewood layout, is it not?
No, it's just a smaller footprint.
Well, it was originally for Tanglewood though, a size, wasn't that?
I don't think so.
No,
No.
his footprint is 1,100
No.
or 900 square foot houses. Yeah.
On that existing?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Unit 12 is all platted. He just never got it replatted to fit his particular project that he wanted to achieve.
Right, I thought it was more plotted towards Tanglewood
If it
originally.
was platted.
Long time ago.
And their lots. Then how's he getting, did we
We've been
agree
going
to-
back and forth on this. It's just how the contract was written.
The contract provides that, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
all right.
There's nothing to do about
Yeah,
that.
contract was written as acreage. We've had that
Yeah.
discussion. That's how come the bills have been
There's
going out
nothing-
every year as parcels, because we in the county identify him as owning 469 parcels. We're accepting that. We're going to go with the 70 acres. That's where we stand right now, 70 times the acreage rate, and that's the bills he'll start getting until he starts carving them up for development into parcels and then transitions to a
We have
parcel
no,
rate.
well, we have no date of when that might start.
As for development, no, sir. No. The most that's moved forward is the county has received some zoning changes, has received some stormwater plans, and we've concurred with them. So we've been working with him on the conceptual idea of that project, Arlington 1 and Arlington 2. There's been no discussion of the roads or the sewer or anything to that level.
Who was supposed to, in the agreement originally, who was supposed to do that? Was it him?
Oh, he's
or-
doing all that. We
He's
have
doing
no
all
say
that.
in that. Yeah. No, I'm not worried about that.
So
bill.
if he pays the 150,000, whatever the number is, then he can just do whatever he wants with it, which could be nothing?
So the 150,000 is just what he owes in assessments, right? So each year he'll get a bill from the district moving forward.
So that just gets him current.
That gets him current, yeah.
And he will have still the ownership of that
He owns.
Arlington 1 and Arlington 2.
And that was all done back in.
With no restriction or
no
timetable
requirements.
on development.
No, not in the agreement.
Can he sell it?
He can
Yeah.
sell it. Yes, he can sell it.
His attorneys indicated that that's most likely where he'll go with it.
Yeah.
But, obviously this development is going to, I think, hamstring him from exercising his option under the option agreement, right? Because he
Well,
buys.
when you say settle, I don't want this to cost us a nickel. I mean,
What do you mean by that?
certainly we're not going to pay him to get out of his agreement.
No,
Okay.
No.
We would
not-
just
that's
say,
not on the table.
we'll waive the 150, potentially, we'll waive the 150,000 and we'll take back the land.
that they haven't indicated their.
No, but I'm just saying that could be an option. I mean, I see no reason whatsoever for Sun and Lake to give this guy a nickel to get that property back.
We're trying to get him current so he can continue to exercise buying parcels. I mean, that's tied to it. So by getting him current, you're going to see later in your packet, he's asking to buy 50 more parcels under that first agreement, which is totally valid. But for
On
him
this
to,
piece of property?
yes, ma'am. And you'll see the map in your packet towards the end. So for us to have a discussion with him on that, that's what Garrett's engaging him. Then you need to get current on all the stuff you owe us. Otherwise, we're not going to approve these future buying of land. Now, I'm just going to keep throwing water, money down the well on this thing. So this gets him current. This does not waive or reduce the special water assessment, wastewater assessment, $2,700 per parcel. The $7,500 connection fee that he would have to pay per parcel to connect into our water and wastewater. We're not spending any money, nor been asked to spend any money on roads, infrastructure for that development. So him as a developer still has the total onus on all that for this, as well as any future parcels he wants to buy.
And he's got Emerald Isles.
And he still has the right down the street. Yes, sir. Yes. And he still has one more phase in the gated Magnolia. He still has one last block he's building. So he's actively building to a certain level within the district. Not a lot of energy placed here because we're kind of trying to get all this paper worked out.
So that new one next to Magnolia, he's building, or is he going to start that soon, or?
Well, it's been now 2 months since the county gave him the green light. So we're waiting to see if anything moves.
And how long does he have to pay the 150?
I think we're going to ask him to pay it within 30 days.
Yep.
30 days?
Yeah.
I mean, this guy's been good to Sun and Lake. I mean, he really has. But you got to draw the line sometime and say this is enough.
Yeah. Well, we are not assigning penalties or interest to the unpaid assessments because the district was billing him per lot, not by acre. So we're helping him out there in a way, but yeah, we're asking that he make it current in 30 days.
So you think he may try to sell what he has?
Yeah, the feeling, I've talked to his attorney quite a bit in the past few months, and the feeling I get is that he's looking to try to deal with the district in a way where, you know, they get something, but the district gets control of the lots and it gets in the hands of a developer who's more able to develop, you know, tomorrow rather than in a few years. And what I was saying before is I think this reality, you know, when they get this bill and then special assessment, I don't think they were originally planning on the district levying a special $2,700 per lot assessment on all these lots he owns, and he, you know, he wants to buy 50 more. You know, that's a lot of carry money that he's going to have to eat before he even, you know, puts a shovel in the ground. I just don't know if he's going to be able to do that moving forward. So,
But the option is to buy all of it, is not.
For the next year or 10 months left, he has the ability to buy everything that's in white there for $300 a parcel. Yes, that is
But
the
it's
current
all-
option.
It's all or nothing, right?
No, he can pick.
Bits and pieces.
He can, and that's what he's doing.
That's
He's
what the
asked for
50 lots is,
Yes,
it's in that other area.
So he has that ability to, what I call cherry pick, which ones he wants. And that's just in the contract. And we're accepting of that because that's how the contract was written, and we'll support that up until August of next year. And then that goes away, and then that all just becomes like it is now, Sun and Lake owned, but we are now has the option to develop.
And we're going to talk
Okay.
about that later, the 50
Yes,
lots.
yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
yeah. So that's Hornick.
Okay.
What's next?
Troon. So it's a long update. I'm sorry. I'll try to go through quickly on these other ones. So I had a good chat right before the hurricane earlier this month with legal counsel for Troon and their representatives here at the district. We had a good chat about some items that the district would like to see amended in the agreement. I've been working with Boz on making sure I have precisely the source of items in the amendment that, you know, he wants for deliverables for you all in terms of reporting, things like that. I think at the last meeting where we talked about this, the big item, at least from my office, was who is a BCG corporate employee. You might recall that there's a provision in the contract where we cannot solicit for employment or employ those individuals if the contract were to be terminated within, I think, a year after the termination. Thankfully, they clarified that provision to mean only very particular high-up folks within their corporation and kind of the head folks who are here at Sun and Lake, which is good. So that was a good thing to figure out. We're going to clarify that further in the amended agreement. So that was very helpful. That was kind of the only thing that was giving me heartburn in the original agreement.
So can you clarify then, would that be the agronomist?
No.
Who would that be?
No, I think when they
From corporate?
it'd be the corporate folks.
Corporate folks, okay.
In the head.
Nobody here.
Yeah.
Nobody on staff.
So, so that was very helpful to know. When I get back the draft from Troon, I have to talk to Boz about a few other things on it today after the meeting. But when we get the draft back, that'll be clarified, which was, again, that was my main item that I wanted to resolve. So that's moving forward. We already chatted about Fifth Third, wastewater and other project lot sales and swaps. We just completed a 41 lot transaction last week with one entity. That was kind of the big fish to fry first, so to speak. There were a lot of tax issues with that particular transaction that made it take a little longer than most, but that's closed, and we are moving forward with additional swaps and sales right now. And those are much less complicated, you know, a couple lots here and there. So shouldn't have any delays on that. And then the Auckland Phase 5 note foreclosures. We have our first 10 going out this week. We got our title reports back last week on those, so we're moving forward. I think by the end of the year, we'll have around 50 cases, 45 cases involving about 75 lots filed. And then by the end of next year, we should have the remaining 400 some odd lots. It's about 200 cases filed by then. So
By the end of 2025.
by the end of 2025.
And you
Are you
kind of,
sure?
go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Bree.
Do you foresee issues?
The only issue I could foresee is if, what I suspect will happen is many of these lawsuits, many of the defendants will just default, right? They won't file an answer or any sort of responsive pleading. So, hey, clerk enter a default. Foreclosures that end where the defendant defaults through foreclosure sale take about 5 to 6 months. My number one concern is that in Highlands County, there is only one judge for all residential foreclosure cases. And I'm about to be his biggest customer, so to speak. So my hope is we could build some efficiencies into the system. We've taken a lot of time on the front end to reduce the paperwork down and the pleadings down to the bare minimum so that we can move as quickly as possible. So, really it's how fast can the courts move? How hard is it going to be to get hearing time? We're filing these in batches because we expect them all to proceed on the same timeline. So that way, if these first 10 cases, if everyone defaults, right, I can make one filing at one time, have the judge rule on them all at once. When I move for final default judgment and I ask for a foreclosure sale date, my hope is that because these are all moving together, the judge can accommodate one block of hearing time for all the cases, right? That's sort of the way I envision this working. So that's my biggest concern. Of course, if anyone hires a lawyer and contests these, it could take upwards of a year. But yeah, 5 to 6 months is generally the timeline.
At the end of 2025, how much Auckland will be involved here?
Oh, they'll still be around. I mean,
how many lots will we still have to go?
It depends. The list that we're working off of right now, they'd sent back, that was kind of their original operating list from earlier this year. They've since sent me an additional list with about 40 more lots. So I think what might happen is, we're going to get through this initial phase, and likely by the middle of next year, they'll probably have another 50 some odd lots that they want us to foreclose and move on. Of course, the benefit to doing this is that we don't have to pay them out of our pocket, and the district gets made whole as well. They pay off our assessments. As a part of the transaction, they cover any legal fees incurred, filing fees, service costs, things like that. And I'm working with a few different national service firms to try to negotiate the lowest rate possible so that, we're spending the least amount of money possible so we can make sure those other expenses get covered first. So those are moving forward. The other item would just be how much the district wants to budget for next year to cover those costs. Each lawsuit is going to cost $400 to file, just in filing fees. You have another, if it's one defendant, maybe $50 for service fees, legal fees, or $750 upon filing. So, these cost a little bit to move, but it'll just be whatever you all want to commit to next year to getting that done. But I don't foresee that being an issue either. So I think Boz has adequately addressed it in the budget. So, and that's what I have. If anyone has any questions or comments.
All right, we're going to the general manager. You have your report, a lot of details in there. We just talked to parcel acquisition. I'll cover some board meetings. These are all going to be discussions. There's a few, what I'm asking for, either potential vote, but we'll get to those. But this is the list of the main topics, and then I'll just start going through them. So the remainder of meetings this year, we have 2 board meetings, no issues on the dates and the times. We have the GM Town Hall. We have what we are calling a workshop. This was an ask from residents, mainly our out of town, our Snowbird residents, because they're not here during our budget session. They wanted to have a discussion and give us their feedback before they depart. Granted, they just got here, but this is an initiative to get their feedback so I can bring this to you all next March as part of our budget discussion. Open to anyone, and we'll discuss how we do a budget here and what our main initiatives are for the district. And then obviously we have the appeals. So that's the rest of this year. What I would highlight though, and we're kind of, there's a theme that's been happening and you all have been living it.
because we have outside agencies, Infomark and Troon, that are critical to providing us documents for our board meetings and our packets, mainly the financials. The best we're able to do is gather that stuff up the third week, which is basically the week before the week of when I send you all a packet. A way to address this, I don't want to change the November, December. A way to address this potentially, if you want to think about this, is starting in probably even after January, our landowner meeting and so on. In the February timeframe, maybe moving the board meeting to the first week of the month may be helpful, because then I have and the staff has 2 weeks to package the product, review the finances, and not have to send you multiple products throughout the week. You'll get the packet, and there won't be additional stuff. I just offer that as an option. It's worth a discussion, because I do not like having to send multiple things to y'all's houses, because it kind of just it messes up the packet environment, I guess I'll call it, the ability to get you all the information at one time. And in some cases, we're just having to just get it, receive it, and hit send to you guys. And I don't have the ability to get our staff to do what they're supposed to do, critically review the financials, critically review some of the other products. So just a thought for your to think about, and then we can discuss this. Like I say, the soonest I would like, maybe if we do change it, would be February.
February.
Yep. But that just came up in some discussions with some board members, and sure.
How much notice do we have to give on meeting change dates?
Oh, yeah, just a couple weeks. I mean, we're fine. Yeah, like I say, we won't change anything here, but I would say maybe by December's meeting, we vote to change 2025
Okay.
schedule. That's all.
Why don't you put it on the
Sure.
agenda?
Okay.
Is January 28th the landowners meeting?
Yes, sir, I have it in
Is
here.
that what it is? That's why you can't move that one?
Well, no, we can do it starting January. It's just,
Well, I thought you can't move the landowners meeting. Are we
well,
obligated?
it's supposed to be a dedicated last Friday of the month. If we wanted to move it, we would just have to notice it out and message that out. I prefer not to change that one, just because everyone's kind of setting their rhythm on that one, so.
I think changing to the first week of the month is a great idea.
Mm-hmm.
And you could also then do it, I mean, November and December wouldn't have to be mid-month. It could be at the beginning of the months.
Yes, it helps with the whole holidays events,
Mhm.
most holidays there. Now, just understand, we do it the first week of the month. I'm basically giving your summary of not the previous month.
Right.
Going back, September.
I mean, I think you've been more current than we've had in the past, so I think that's
Yes,
good. But
yeah.
I agree, getting stuff on Tuesday, Thursday,
No, I
Friday
agree.
makes it a little bit more difficult. If you give us all the package at one time.
Yes, sir. And we posted it one time. That's the challenge we're having, is that we can post something on Tuesday when I send it to y'all. If we add or change, and I'm having to repost it to citizens, they say, hey, I looked on there Tuesday and now you added stuff, you changed. It's just a lot of confusing messages. Okay, so let's go into the main community events for the rest of this year. Yes, sir.
One point.
Yep.
I'm just noticed here, I didn't read this right. January 24th is the landowners meeting, so you should be able to move January 28th to the first week of February.
Yeah, we could, yes.
So, I mean, all of them should be moved to the first week.
Okay. Like I said, we'll redo an agenda or a calendar, and we'll bring it up to you.
Good.
The main events for the rest of this year, the president highlighted a bunch of these. We got the trunk or treat tomorrow. A very successful Halloween event Saturday night.
Great.
Brought my kids, and they left with 2 bags full of candy and we went everywhere. Actually, we went everywhere except for Unit 4 area, and I apologize for Unit 4. But we did everything else. We just got to get better on messaging to our residents when we're doing it, and messaging the ones that are participating, because there's a lot of people that don't participate, and that's fine. But I think to energize our community members that want to take their kids and out there, a better way to identify a house that's participating. Right now, most of the residents sit on the porch, sit on the sidewalk, sit on the driveway, so you know it and you go right there. But we had some ideas. Put your porch light on. Well, that everyone's got automatic lights. That doesn't help the situation out. So I would say we're thinking of some ideas to better do that next year. I am a fan of doing it on a weekend, but we are open as a district. If we want to do it Halloween, we can do it Halloween. We would have to have that discussion. I'll bring that back to you all as part of a discussion from the community. If that's the consensus of our community, stick to the actual day like other holidays, we're fine doing that, but we're going to compete with after-school events, sports events, and a bunch of other things. Because most of the time, it's going to hit on a Monday through Fridays.
Right.
But we'll move forward on that. We've got the town hall, district turkey trot, tree lighting. We're going to do, basically starts off our major events for Christmas at the district office. That goes into, we are going to participate for the first time ever into the Sebring Major Parade. And I say we're going to participate as an entity of Sun and Lake. Our intent is that we have a large 25-foot trailer. We have a tractor, red tractor, kind of like Santa. And we're going to put it all together and throw a bunch of golf carts around there. We've got citizens, volunteers that want to participate. On the bed of the trailer, per your little diagram here, we're going to show all the goodness of Sun and Lake on the bed of the trailer. There's going to be a pitching green for a couple guys to play golfers and hit some plastic balls into the audience. There's going to be a couple guys for pickleball, so I'm going to look to Mr. Norton to get together a couple of his good guys that can actually hit a pickleball back and forth on a moving trailer. That's going to be very interesting. We're going to have some benches for people to sit there and throw candy out to the audience and so on and so forth. A table that will replicate Island View with 2 people sitting down there to replicate our restaurant. We're basically want to use this as a marketing tool to all the people that are in Sebring that we are an open community. We have great amenities. Come join us. So what we're looking for is citizens that want to participate. Join us. We'll get you a seat on the trailer, free ride. Board members, we have 4 golf carts that are going to be going in front and behind the trailer. You'll just drive a golf cart through the parade, throw candy out. I think it's going to be a great event, being our first inaugural one, that we will get our face in front of a lot of people. If you've ever been there, this will be the first time ever, and we are going to be very close to the front. So we're not with, the great unwashed in the back of the thing. We are to the front of the parade, and we'll get the full meal deal up there, and then you'll be able to spend the rest of the night as you see fit. So we're going to participate in that. We're going to go into, we're doing stuff at the dog park. We're doing stuff here, paint and sip, golf cart parade, Merry Market. I want to say that Melissa and Jamal and the team have put together a very amped up holiday schedule to get our residents stuff to do and participate in. Now we're going to just ask, can we get the participation from our residents? We're going to message it. We're going to get the word out. These are all very low cost, baked into our budget for marketing and doing stuff for the district. But it addresses what's been a recurring ask of we should be doing more. We would like to do more, and we're trying our best to do more. So the one main thing here at the end, we added a fireworks display to the New Year's Eve party night. So now we're going to do a fireworks on 4th of July. Got it? And we've added an event that if you want to participate in the New Year's Eve party, that's not a district-run party. It's just a separate party, New Year's Eve. There will be a fireworks display for all the residents to sit across the street there and watch, I think, 9 o'clock on New Year's Eve. So that'll be a nice way to get people to not only come eat a nice meal and get dressed up and enjoy, but if you just want to sit outside with your friends and family and watch fireworks, there'll at least be some fireworks New Year's Eve. So we have added that. We talked about this. Okay, the 2025, I'll bring this back to you with a potential adjustment to the board schedules and really no changes to all the other stuff. Yes, sir.
One other thing on the meetings for next year. Do you guys want to talk about nights?
Yes.
We should have the conversation now.
Yes.
If he's going to bring it back to us.
Do we want to do like quarterly, we do at least one, or do we want to do a couple back to back? Or when we looked at the numbers, the demographics and the numbers, it's the same amount that we have during the day.
Always.
There's a small composition difference. Yes, I will admit that. But we're not going to get a massive outpouring because we did it after work. We'll get maybe different people, a few different people. But definitely open to it. It's not a burden on staff. We adjust our schedules, and I'll tell them take the morning off and come in later in the day so they can adjust, and we can support it that way. So if you want a routine, please tell me. If you just want
maybe every other month.
Every other month.
Once a quarter.
Once a quarter.
Well, I may not be here, so I don't want to vote on that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to be here, so I have no say.
I think we should include the evening people and the day people. So I think if we switch them, alternate them every other month and have it as a standard, then it'll be.
I think that's confusing. Let's just do
I'd
one
agree with you
a
if I'd
quarter.
seen the difference in participation, but
I think
There
never
is no
have.
difference.
I mean, one recommendation, even though I'm not going to be here, is when we do budgets,
Mhm.
we seem to have a great turnout for when the final on the golf and stuff like that. Maybe that's when for sure we should do an evening one because that was a big turnout. I don't know.
So quarterly and maybe to set a routine up, maybe pick the second month of each quarter and that's the one we do in the evenings. So that's 4 times a year. It's an evening one. We can always adjust. But there's a routine that like we'll do February, we'll do April and so on and so forth. Or sorry, May. So if that quarterly is acceptable to start with, and I'll present the plan that shows you daily as well as quarterly. First week of the month, we'll go that way and then we'll adjust that second month. All right. Okay, so a discussion on the uniform method of collection. This is how we collect, how most districts collect their assessments. So for 50 years, the district has been collecting where our finance department sends a separate bill out, not tied to your county taxes. And you'll get, at the same time, you'll get 2 bills in the mail, one from the county paying your waste, your fire, and your county taxes. And then you'll get a bill from the district paying your special, or not your special, your operational maintenance assessment. That's been for 50 years, no issues with that. As we move, the only issue that has been a recurring complaint or concern is I get 2 bills. I don't know if I paid one. I thought I paid the other. And we have to, for a few months, go back and forth with some individuals to explain, no, ma'am, you paid, or yes, sir, you paid your taxes, you didn't pay your assessments. And it's just a back and forth. So a way to avoid that is that we punt to our county tax collector and we say, can you add this to your county tax bill? And then when you look at your taxes where it has the collection for waste management, where it has the special assessment for fire, there'll be one that says Sun and Lake Maintenance Assessment. We provide them all the information. It's billed there. The county now collects the money. So when you pay your thousands of dollars for county taxes, you'll pay your Sun and Lake assessment. And then every month the county sends us a check for the assessments collected. There's a fee for doing that, 3% fee. So they take our entire budget of some odd million and they add 3%. It doesn't change. And then every time they send us a check, they hold 3%. So that's the fee for them to do all the mechanics of it. The challenge we have, Spring Lake does this with very success and they don't have any complaints. A lot smaller community, a lot smaller assessment. They don't have a lot of different assessment models. They have just one Spring Lake fee. So they do it pretty well. We do not have a collection rate, a collection problem. We're hovering over 95% collection. So it's not to get more people to pay because we have a pretty good rate of people eventually pay. So that's not the issue with it. It's really just a clarification of, could be a clarification of how the bills go out. There are a few, and Garrett can go into it, there's 1 or 2 legal issues when it comes to, since the tax collector is now the, I guess, the owner of the debt, I don't know, make sure I use the right terms. They're in the driver's seat when it comes to foreclosures and so on and so forth. So that could be an issue, but I'll let Garrett explain that better. But other than that, and there's a fee. We would, and the only reason I'm bringing this up now, if there's an interest in this, there's some gates that we would have to get to the county to get on next year's tax bill.
Okay.
That's all. All right.
I am not interested in doing this.
Okay.
I don't want to give up control, but more than that, a lot of us get those 2 bills in November, and we'll go ahead and pay our assessment in November and get that. And then I might not pay my taxes till January 1 and pay the $4, save the $4. So I'm not hit with $2,000 worth of bills or $3,000 worth of bills in the same month. And if you do that, you can't do that. If
You can't. You got to pay it all. Yes, ma'am.
you have to pay it all at once, and that's a big number. So,
Okay.
you know, and I'm a control freak, and I don't want to give up the control.
I thought our assessments are on a sliding month. You could pay.
They are.
Is not county the same way?
County pays.
No.
Yeah, they are.
Has a slide
So
model.
theoretically, it could
But
be on
you
the-
have to pay it in full.
You have to
But
pay
you
it
have
in
to pay the
full.
bill.
You have to pay it
I
in
could
full.
pay
You just get a
6,000
discount.
I can pay my assessments here
Yep.
for $800
Yeah.
in January, and I save about I have to pay about $4 or $5 more. That's in January, and then I can pay my county taxes of $3,000 in November. So I can split it
Oh, I
up.
see what you're saying.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? And it makes and if we go to the county, everybody has to, and I think that's a burden on our citizens. I'm sorry. And we have a fabulous accounting department.
And I think it kind of goes against what we've been trying to do, and that is distance ourselves from any
Exactly. From the
county
county.
control.
I agree.
They've got too much control of us now, as
Yeah.
we've talked about.
And we're trying to get it back.
And so I think I understand the logic behind it, but I'm not really for it. I'm not for it.
A challenge, part of this is that where initially we thought we might be able to save some efficiencies and money, we would not be able to have the county collect our special wastewater assessment fee. So there's
there's another one.
still 10,000 bills going out from our finance people every year at the same time for just that.
Yeah.
So there is no cost savings there. It's full transparency. It's, if there was, I'd be an advocate saying, please let me do this because it takes a lot of burden off our department. There's still going to be that for 15 years. So.
Let's table this for 15 years.
Okay. It's like I said, just a discussion for some thought. You have some bullets in there. Garrett, Corey, you want to add anything?
Thank you.
Isn't it, and I'm not suggesting, but since that is something that happens the same time every year, a certain packet, is that a good time to maybe have a temp available to do that? I mean, to hire a temp to do that kind of data entry or whatever.
To do the
maybe
billing?
Simplifying it a whole.
To do the billing.
Yeah.
And we take advantage of that. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
We have a more robust finance department this year than we had last year. We had
I
one, we
understand.
got three now.
Yeah.
So I think we can handle the workload. It's not about a workload
Okay.
issue here. Yeah.
What?
So my understanding, in doing some research on this uniform method of collection, there are some other avenues that the county participates in that we do not. So when the county taxes are not paid, the county then sells a tax certificate.
Right.
When those tax certificates are sold, the county is made whole financially. However, the district is not. And we've learned that by people coming into the office, realizing that there's debt due on that. By going with the uniform method of collection, the county will then make us whole and almost immediately. So if you don't pay your tax bill in April, by June, they're selling off your tax certificate to get that money. They do that for themselves, but they don't do it for the district. And by us participating in the uniform method, we would get our money immediately.
And
So
the percentage of that? What's the percentage of all our citizens? Is it 10%?
the
5%, 3%?
The collection?
Yeah.
Is a 3% overall for collecting our assessments.
No, but I
No,
mean,
no.
how many people do not
How many
pay?
people don't pay?
Oh,
How many people don't pay?
Oh, we do know that there are loads of properties from Sun and Lake that go to tax collector. You
Yeah.
can see them in those newspaper just alone when you have to.
Oh, that,
Yeah,
yeah,
so
yeah.
that
Yeah.
is
But that's
so you-
delinquent.
That's, yeah.
delinquent taxes, but if
Yep.
we were on the tax bill, that we would also be considered a delinquent entity to be paid.
Yeah.
I still
So-
think.
Am I right?
Yeah, that's
And then
a perfect point.
after that, there's another tax.
Yeah.
What kind of value is that?
But so we've been using this example that when the county sold the 400 parcels last year, they made $8 million cleaner. If we would have been using the uniform method, we would have got our part of that, which would be about $1 million plus. So it would have made us a beneficiary. Now that's an oddity. They did a one big bulk sell. We do not have that on a regular basis.
Yeah, that's
But
that's
they
not
do
the
sell.
norm.
We can get you some data of how often those tax deeds, how many of these parcels are impacted. We could bring you some information on that. Again, it's just to start a discussion. That's all. Yeah.
I still think we need to think of our citizens.
Yep.
I'd be in favor of that.
Okay. We'll bring some more information for future discussion on it.
Okay.
You also said we would lose control over foreclosures.
Can you speak to that?
Yeah, so a few things. The first thing before I get to that question, Boz brought this agenda item at our office's strong urging. Sun and Lake is the only local government that our office represents, has ever represented, that does not utilize the uniform method of collection. So I'll start with that. We are a vast outlier in that. As Coral pointed out, the big reason why cities, special districts all want to utilize the uniform method is that when folks don't pay their taxes at the end of the year, right, when you're delinquent, the county sells a tax certificate. The face value of the certificate is whatever the unpaid tax amount is, right? And to your point, President Phillips, you can't pick and choose what you pay, which oftentimes is to the great benefit of Sun and Lake if we were to go on the uniform method, because folks would probably choose to pay their county taxes to avoid having a certificate issued rather than their Sun and Lake assessments. By losing positive control, I think what Boz means is rather than the district deciding to go out and foreclose on properties that are delinquent, the county does it for us when they issue the certificate. The difference is that when the county issues the tax certificate, the nugget, the investor, you buy an interest rate. So the face value, the way it's a bidding system, right? So you bid down the interest rate and you get your 10 or 15% or whatever the percentage is, and you get a nice little return on your investment. The nice thing for governments is that we get our money now. We don't have to go foreclose people. It costs a lot of money to go foreclose, even if you're, law firms flat rate like we are for that. You're still paying upwards of $600-700 in filing fees, service fees, things like that. We strongly recommend it. The asset, it's still our asset, right? We're not giving it up to anyone. It's just the tax collectors.
We're just giving the county the job of doing all our collections. That's all we're doing.
That's correct.
I got it.
Yeah.
I got it.
Yeah. So that is, and one of the issues that I've seen since our firm started in last December is there are so many of our lots that there are unpaid district assessments, and that whoever owns those lots, they don't pay the county taxes either. So there are tax certificates issued. It goes to a tax deed sale. And there are not a whole lot of folks that want to buy these vacant lots for the face value of all these certificates because it's just not worth it. So what happens is when a property is not bought at tax deed sale, what happens to it? It reverts to the county. That is why Highlands County owns so many lots here in Sun and Lake. And then you have to think to yourself, what is the county immune from? It's immune from taxation. It's immune from our assessments. So now we have all these outstanding assessments on this particular lot that we can never recover because the county owns it. So I cannot tell you, our office estimated, I think the last time the district used the uniform method was like back in 2007 or 8 or something like that. Since then, you guys have lost tens of millions of dollars of assessments not utilizing the uniform method.
It was utilized back in 2007.
Yeah, there was a period, couple of years, yeah.
Yeah, and then it was stopped.
Why was it stopped?
Does the trails show any reason why we stopped?
I can speculate, but I don't want to.
It wasn't,
I think
way before that. It was way before 2007.
Yeah, it was sometime. I talked to the tax collector about it. He said that the district previously utilized the uniform method, but it was a really, really long time.
We entertained going to this method 5 years ago, 6 years ago. And
It's been since me.
it was turned down. Well, I can't remember. Tanya was the GM. It was turned down because we didn't want to pay the 3%. If I remember correctly.
But by doing that, you're losing millions.
Well, we never heard that part of the conversation.
No, we didn't.
It's a bargain. It is an absolute, and I understand that we have the capacity for it, and Boz will talk to you about how he wants to run his shop, but I can tell you from all of our other governments, they enjoy the freedom to be able to pursue other items rather than collections. right? We're a government. I know some folks in the county like to think that we're not, but we are. And, we need our money when we need it. And, you have a budget for a reason. Your budget's built off your assessment models, and, there's a real benefit to getting your money the same year. 3% is, that's a uniform, Sebring pays 3%. I represent a district on the East Coast. They pay 3%. They love it. It's very useful. What I would recommend, because I did hear some items brought up, concerns, given the requirements of the statute that require that we notice the resolution to adopt the uniform method, there's a couple of weeks of lead time that we need to correctly advertise it. I think what it sounds like is there might be interest, but there might be some skepticism. I think the way to go, what I'd recommend, is to direct staff to prepare the resolution and notice it for the December meeting. And that way we can educate you all. I think it'd be helpful for me to draft the memo with Coral and Boz's input into it so we can give you guys that product before the meeting.
And Boz, this is something you want to do?
This would not be harmful to our operations, yes.
I just think.
You have totally valid points. It loses some individual flexibility. But my concern, they hit on it, is that we've been having this discussion with these county parcels, and they made out like gangbusters, and we didn't get anything. And we should have got something at least.
Okay.
And that's because we weren't part of it.
We're going down the road where we're going to be a big city.
What is our time schedule?
So,
Not.
I mean, I'm looking at this, you're showing here that we have to start advertising if we wanted to do this
yeah.
around in 2 weeks.
Yeah, so we would, I already have the notice put together. All we'd have to do is advertise it once a week for 4 weeks before the meeting. And the way that would work out, because our November meeting's pushed up, it'd be the December meeting. But just because we advertise it and we have it available for the agenda does not mean that you all need to approve it, certainly. The only issue is that because we have had some issues with our county constitutional folks here recently, the statute makes it mandatory for the property appraiser and the tax collector to work with us if we approve our resolution before January 1st. After January 1st, we can approve the resolution before March. However, that has to be with the agreement of the tax collector and the property appraiser. And I'm not saying they wouldn't agree to it. It's just that at that point, it's not mandatory that they do what they're supposed to do under chapter, under the Uniform Method, chapter 197. It's discretionary. So we could say, you know what, we thought about it for another month and, we want to do it. They might say, do it in 2027.
So
I would recommend that.
Well, I guess you have to call the vote and we'll vote or express how we feel.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't think there's any doubt in anybody's mind how I feel.
So we're going to vote?
We're going to express
advertise
our
it?
Just a direction to staff.
direction of staff.
To prepare it for.
And then we're going to
Or just
discuss it,
forget
and then we're
about it.
going to discuss it again next month?
Well, you all are needing more information, but for us to provide you more information and potentially get on next year's timeline, we have to get a couple notices out for public comment, get their feedback in. It is not tying your hands at all.
Yeah.
It gives us, because what we can do, we can give you some hard numbers of the past, just go back 2 years of if we were part of this, this is what we would have gotten. That may help you make a decision tied to the 400 plus parcels our county got rid of and took over. And they're going to continue to do that because they, like Coral said, as of, you don't pay by March, your taxes. In June, they are selling tax deeds. In June, by the end of June, we're getting a check for what is owed us. And that's an automatic. Right now, we wait 5 years after that to get any money from them. So there's some information we owe you. We'll lay it out a bit better. But if we don't notice it properly, then we can never get on next year's agenda potential.
So you're going to lay out to us how much money we've.
Yeah, we can
how
use
much
that
money
as hard
we've missed,
facts. We can
which
get you
is
the
going
hard
to do-
facts.
And this would be to collect 2025 assessments in 2026.
Right.
For this upcoming year, it would still be
Yeah,
direct
it's
billing.
no change. No
Right.
change.
Yeah, it's just, you
Right.
got to do it this year to start the ball rolling with the tax collector and the property appraiser.
Really, you need to get that information out to the
Yeah, because
public
that's gonna
also,
be a
because
big-
they
a
need
big
to
bite.
understand
Agree.
that their
A big bite.
real estate bill is going to go up to
Oh, sure.
whatever the assessment rate is. So
Yeah, it's
if
gonna be a big
you got
number.
$800 for your house, your tax bill's going up, and
You're-
it's to be expected to be paid at the time you pay your taxes.
Yes, sir.
So
It's a
you
mess.
gotta-
It's going to be like
you
our
gotta-
wastewater.
you
It's a
gotta do
messaging
some more
campaign that we're going to have to do.
budgeting.
Yeah.
Yeah,
sure.
it's,
I agree with you. No, some good points there.
They have
Yeah.
to know what we're talking
And
about come December
yeah.
17th.
they really do.
No, we'll take that on, but if you get, do I have consensus, at least get it noticed and provide a product to y'all? That's all I need. Don't need a motion. It's going to be
Yes.
consensus.
I can
And we'll get it noticed and get it out there and bring it back to
I
you
just
guys.
think it's asking a lot.
Okay.
I really need to get the.
I got 3 head nods. I got 2 no's.
No, I'm at a no. I'm a
Okay,
yeah- I'm
all
a
right,
yes.
we're good.
I'm
We're going
just-
to move out getting,
We just have difficulty.
you will get information and make an informed
Good.
decision. That's all we're going to offer you. Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry, this is an eye chart. So let's talk the lights. And Michael has some information from sustainability. We are going with the solar option. We are going with, we just been informed right before this meeting. I have 2 options to pick from. One with a, what's the years warranty? Okay, I got a 10-year and a 6-year warranty on the device itself. I haven't seen those. I just heard that from the meeting. So moving forward, you look in this graph here in your packet. I basically did a return on investment comparison. If we did the same thing of 122 lights with Duke Power, there's a large upfront cost. We have to pay them right up front for the installation of that many lights. They do not finance it, I'll call it. If we went the sustainability model, they've baked in over 7 years how much it would be, and as you see, it comes out to be a better plan using the solar option. Definitely, we don't have a large electric bill moving forward, and we, over the years, I'm talking 10 years plus, we'll have an internal program where we can replace lights if needed on our own. We'll buy the newest and latest and greatest at the time, swap out the lights. The main infrastructure is done, the lights wired, the poles in. All we would have to do is maybe replace a module at the top, and that'll be the future of it. But at least gets us energized into an area that we've been woefully lacking, and the finances work out pretty well in the favor of going the solar option. Where we're talking about, the initial bid that I showed you a few months ago is at the blackened area, basically the undeveloped parts of Sun and Lake. We moved that to the Pebble Beach, I'll call it West Side Pebble Beach, up to Cortez. It's a more populated area for sure, would be more beneficial to have lights there first. And then we keep on the books the potential growth, how this program goes back to the black area, but more so the greened out areas there, the ABC streets and the preserve area, I'll call it generically. I'm not forgetting Old Sun Lake. I'm not forgetting Manor Hill. I'm not forgetting other areas. It's just there's enough lights in there right now that we can, over time, increase that footprint. But this is basically gets us a maximum saturation in those areas with a total solar model. So what I'm doing is getting a device delivered, installed, and we're going to assess the illums and how much output it has and test it over a couple weeks and get a sense of that. We'll put that in a traffic area where we can monitor it. And then at that point in time, we already have in our budget for this year, this payment schedule. I was either going to do it to Duke or I was going to use someone else. So I'm not worried about an additional funding source or going back to the board for more money. It's already in our annual budget of $100,000 a year, roughly, for our power for future growth, not the current power.
So we're doing the 122 lights.
Yes, sir. That's the
And
original
then
contract.
you're saying the 125, the thing in the red is potential future?
No, I'm going to do the 125
Oh, you're doing
at
120?
first.
And then
We're going to do that first.
The red, so red is what we're going to do now.
Yes.
What would be the next thing?
I would lean on the green areas, either preserve or the ABC streets, before we go back out to the back 40 there, the undeveloped areas.
Okay. And your thought process, is this is a 3-year project in your mind?
No. It's installed within a 6 to 8 month window and live. The payment schedule is based on a 7-year. It's in the thing there.
Yeah.
It's based on a 7-year.
But the
We
payment
break
schedule,
even.
that's just based on the red square.
Yes, sir. Yeah, it's just for that
So what I'm saying
125.
is the green squares, is that
I would,
down the road
I would
next
roughly
year?
say it's basically the same amount. Each of those blocks is roughly the 125 number. Yeah. So
Okay, I just wanted to
we'd be
understand.
adding that. Yeah.
So that's future expansion
Sure.
if we're happy.
Yeah. So the 100 we have in our budget pays for the red, let's say, and pays for it moving forward. We do budget next year. We say, okay, we like it. They're working out well. Let's put another 100 in the budget for a green block, and we continue this frog leaping. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Really quick, Frontage Road needs lights if possible in the future.
Good point. Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay, so do we have to vote on the lights?
No,
or-
I'd say it's in the budget. It's already allocated.
So you're doing it?
I would say when I bring back the contract, if we're good with sustainability, we're good with the product, you'll get a contract, and that'll be what you would vote on. Yeah.
So when and where is this sample going to be?
How soon can you get it to us? A couple weeks, couple days? Okay, yeah.
And do you have a location in mind or?
We wanted something with road traffic, so I'm thinking somewhere on Columbus, going north, someplace we can monitor it, because I want to do the Illume tests, and see how far it spans out and that type of stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So that's it for that. Yeah. We will continue to electrify Sun and Lake for safety reasons and so on, and that's been an ongoing concern of everyone,
Yeah.
residents and everyone.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, we'll talk Hurricane Milton, AAR, I call it after action review.
We're not-
Yes, sir.
You're not talking about the cars? No.
We're actually tabling the car discussion.
Oh, okay.
We are finding, we just got a lot of things on our plate.
Okay.
I don't want to
that's
keep adding stuff and messing it up. So, yeah.
Speaking of this kind of stuff, have you gotten, before you get to Milton, have you gotten any response or any feelings on that asphalt covering that you did?
Yes, it's working out well in the residential areas. I'm not a fan of the product on Columbus, that segment right there. If you drive past the district office,
Yeah.
a lot of wear on it. What the company is going to come back and do is do a core test to see if there was any, what they called the penetration into the asphalt, to see it's actually rejuvenated anything. Once I get a sense of if there's an actual product that's working and seeping in, then I think we're definitely going to utilize it. It will get us the lifespan we need in like the Preserve, Manor Hill. It will get those roads juiced up.
Okay.
But I'm not a fan of putting it on Sun Lake Boulevard or anything. It'll just get wore down too quick. It may be penetrating. It may be doing what it's supposed to do. It's just the visual, we lose it without a fresh coat. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
So you'll let us know. You'll get back to us on that.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Yep. Response went well. Got good input from the county, good feedback of the operations center, and talked with them. We did a good amount of social media postings and so on. Right now, damages in the district hovering around 250. That's our assessment. We had the adjusters out here. They're doing their checks. They're going to give us a number. We're estimating about $300,000 just to remove the cubic yardage of debris you see in the pile there, as well as the individual household piles. That was our cost for moving that to those locations, not the residential cost to move it over here. That's going to be a FEMA reimbursement or request, I should say. I can't promise you they'll give us it, but we're going to throw it in there. FEMA right now is telling us between 75 to 90%. I think they're going to err on the higher side. In fact, they're even talking 100% just because of the severity of this. And sadly, we're going to benefit from the devastation on the coast. They're just going to make it a blanket 100%, and we'll take full advantage of that. We've identified some manning issues when it comes to who we notify on the district staff, who we bring in, who we put on emergency pay, that type of stuff. A good test of the system, so we've adjusted some things there. Some equipment needs with our network. We definitely are going to get the satellite type internet connection that the state offers. We want to be under that umbrella, Starlink, Elon Musk type stuff. We want to be under there. That gives us consistent coverage when it comes to the IT systems. The great thing, the interesting thing is, we can try to go old school pen and paper. but every report we have to send to the state is digital now.
Yeah.
And if we're not on the network, we're not
Yeah.
talking to anybody.
Yeah.
So we're going to fix that. And some mitigation issues, we talked about it here. Definitely some stormwater mitigation we need to address. We got the pumps. We got to get some more hose length so we can get some pumping beyond the streets and swale networks and so on and so forth. So we're going to address a lot of this as well as start putting in the packages. Some quick snapshots. We totally lost the cover for the shuffleboard. A large segment of the fencing went down. Again, the adjusters saw this. That's a tree that went down on Matanza. Was cleared the first day of the incident. And then a lot of our specimen trees, I think we're up to 90 trees on the courses. The good thing, in the world of FEMA, we are a municipal course because we're run by the municipal government. So we, unlike, a private course where they can only have the option of insurance, we have an option of using FEMA potentially to help us with some of this recouping. That is some gutter work in our maintenance bays area, not a lot of damage, but so on and so forth. So we're working with the insurance folks to see what they're going to pay. And then we're also going to do the same package submission to FEMA. That's probably a 60 to 120 day timeline for FEMA. They're just very overwhelmed. And we'll see if there's a recovery. If we get insurance money, obviously FEMA gives us the difference. They don't make us totally whole, but they'll bring us up to the difference for the cost if we get some insurance money. I don't see a problem with our insurance company in some of these things. Once we get the money, just like we did last time, we will sit down and I'll bring back to you, does it make sense to replace, I'll use the example of shuffleboard. Does it make sense to just replace that structure or do something different or build something somewhere else? We'll have those discussions. That's a good area. It requires some coverage, but we may not do it right there and so on and so forth. Some of the other stuff is simple repairs that need to happen. We're not going to change the dynamics of it. So,
Boz,
yes, ma'am.
what about the twister that went through? Is that in a separate insurance claim?
No, because all that damage went through the dog park. It was basically debris. So that's part of that $300,000 of waste debris.
Is all
removal.
inclusive?
Yeah, no, the only district damage that I can tie to the bottom left corner picture, our lift station, that would be tied to the twister because that ran the path right by that building and blew up that
Right.
one segment.
Yeah.
But that's, that's a couple $100.
We don't
then.
think the twister is involved in the shuffleboard?
No. Later that night, there may have been another significant weather event that they don't call it a twister. They don't want to give us the credit of a tornado.
Right.
There may have been that for the overhang because nothing around there was damaged. It was just the shuffleboard cover.
Yeah.
The fencing was separate, but
And that was current construction.
yeah.
And
It's just odd. The shelter stayed, and that was actually built to a lesser standard than the shuffleboard cover.
okay, but it was built to a higher standard and it still went down.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It was proper
was-
ties and
Properly
everything. Oh, no,
Okay.
something got up underneath it and just took it all up.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, if you were here and heard it, you knew what it was.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. In the end, we chalk it up from the district perspective. We got a lot of lessons learned. We're going to course correct a few things. I was appreciative of the interaction to an extent with our county friends. Not a fan of and you hit on it, of the waste removal recovery. There are different methods working with FEMA that's happening with much success. We have and I'll tell Kerouac to his face like I do all the time. There's some just old school thinking in this great county of ours that they're just so set in their ways. They're not going to push FEMA when they should be pushing FEMA. FEMA just charges you by the cubic yardage of debris. They do not care by every household. Trust me. Been there, done that, worked with FEMA.
Well,
But the county's in charge of that. We're not in charge of it. So, yeah.
the only concern is there's another tropical depression out there, and
Yes.
we have to keep our eye on that because it has to be picked up for.
Agree. And now we're having people throwing other stuff in those piles.
Yes.
We have varmints and rodents and all those types of
Yes.
things. I got you. Yeah.
We do have cameras working over there too.
Yeah, some cameras were destroyed. We've replaced most of them, but
I
we had,
meant you could see who's putting stuff in there if you really took the time. At that
oh, you're
degree.
talking at our pile.
Yeah.
Oh, yes,
The
sir. Yeah,
pile.
that one we do. I'm talking,
The
if you look at
individuals
people's
on the
houses,
street
people are
Okay.
throwing out stuff.
across my street.
Because the interesting thing is that the same timeline for your bulk, your yard waste, and your regular waste hasn't changed. So concurrently, they will show up to yard waste week, and they're going to be confronted with this massive pile of storm debris and this little 1 or 2 pile of yard waste, and they're going to pick up just a little pile instead of just
Exactly.
starting to pick up the big stuff. It's just their method. And I'm not going to question it. Yes, I am. I will question it. Yes. All right. Security operations. This is, again, food for thought. There's been a recurring question from residents and some board members of what can we do to get more enforcement when it comes to Sun and Lake, speed enforcement, parking, security issues in general. We are a very safe, and this is proven by sheriff department statistics. We're a very safe community, very low crime, very low incidents, very low arrests, very low all this stuff. And they track that every day, and we're good there. We do have some issues because our security force is not dedicated with arrest authority and ticketing authority. There's some concerns there where, you know, the one sheriff guy that rolls through our district once a day, maybe, that's all we get when it comes to that side of the enforcement. The only way for us to up the ante, well, there's 2 ways. We can start our own police force. That would be biting off more than we need to chew right now, because that's a massive ongoing expense that we as a district probably do not want to take on. A secondary level is we reach out to our sheriffs, and we had initial discussions with them. If we wanted to hire dedicated sheriff coverage that work for the general manager operationally, but are owned by the sheriff department for payroll, health insurance, they take care of all that stuff. But when they come on the clock, they work here. That's the bill we would basically pay a year to get 2 guys dedicated to our district, so we can set speed traps, we can pull people over, we can do not code enforcement, but security level. And to, you know, worst case scenario, they can start arresting people on the spot if there's criminal activity that we see right there, instead of calling a 911 and reaching out and waiting 30, 40 minutes. So we've had these initial discussions. The sheriff's open to it if we pay, no issue on his part. If we pay, he's open to it. It would be a recurring contract that we would work out. And the reality is those 2 guys or gals would be on our dime, but they would be following the orders of us. The only out that the sheriff says, obviously, if there's a major incident, I'm going to have to pull. I say, yeah, I got you, sir. No problem there. The better issue is we have a major hospital. We have 2 schools that if there's a major incident there, then I know there's 2 guys working for us that can get there. It is not going to be 24/7 coverage. It's only 2 people. They still get vacation. They still get their time off. But it gives us a more regulated force during the more critical times that we can really put the enforcement to this recurring issues we have from our residents complaining about speeders and that type of stuff. It's just a thought. It's just a discussion. Yeah.
Any impact to security budget?
It wouldn't change because our security guys, we're doing some internal changes of reducing that footprint. Just because there's a dead time in the graveyard shift that we get no security calls, but I'm paying a guy to be on the clock. So Nick's looking at ways we can better monopolize those guys' time. Do we need to have it? Should we just give a phone to somebody, be on call, or have a guy rolling around in a vehicle at 2 a.m? We're figuring that type stuff out. We do not need 12 part-time security guys like it's on our books. We're starting to cull that herd to make them more usable folks.
So
it would not drastically affect, because what we're also doing is merging code enforcement and security into a public safety department. So now all my security guys to a point in the near future will be code enforcement guys as well.
Great.
Trained for code enforcement.
Good.
And they're doing that job where if we had this type of an option, these guys are just cops on the beat doing cop work and enforcing the rules.
So salaries, 220,000. What is this about the vehicles? Is that?
We would have to support the sheriff in buying the initial package of stuff, but then after that, it's a 5-year. It can be spread over 5 years. So we're not going to be paying the
So you're saying 370,000?
Yeah, I mean, there's an initial upfront cost, but roughly once we paid off the initial equipment buy of that 148, he can prorate that over 5 years. every 5 years they're replacing cop cars and police equipment, that type of stuff.
So it's
So a fifth-
150
a
up
fifth of that would
front.
be an annual cost?
250 is the number I would
250 is
use.
the annual, but it's 150 every 5 years.
Well, no, I baked in the 150 into that 250. If we start with the
250
250, it includes them getting new equipment every 5th year.
Yeah, because it's, okay,
Mhm.
220 plus a
Oh, I
fifth
see.
of that,
Yep.
yeah, okay.
Yeah. And I just did a generic 5% increase, and that's what the sheriff's budget is
For
going
the,
up
for
every
the
year.
police let's assume they write tickets. Who
Yep.
gets the money?
That's a great question. We would have, I mean, the sheriff's collecting it. We would have that discussion in the contract with the
Don't
sheriff.
you think we should?
That's, yeah.
If
no,
they're writing
if they're
tickets
writing them
for
here,
Sun Lake?
I agree with you. I don't know the specifics of how that would be. Yeah.
So the
only other
the
person that
county-
does this is
the
Avon
county
Park
has
does.
agreed to us to spend this money, and what is their participation in it?
Well, here's the interesting thing. The sheriff is a standalone elected agent, and he can make his own contracts and expand his own department if he has an agreement with us. County's not involved in this. Yeah.
Wow.
We could enter into an interlocal agreement, just like we would
Yeah.
with the tax collector and the property appraiser for the uniform method. This is a way that special districts or smaller cities can get a municipal level of law enforcement service by contracting with the elected sheriff in the county.
Yeah.
So this is.
So there is no county participation. So this is all out of our pocket.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's at our expense, of course, but.
It's just to throw out some numbers, some concepts, some ideas for discussion. We'll get some citizen feedback on this. It's been very positive so far, so because they're very big about why can't we arrest? They think our guys can arrest, and we got to explain that.
Well,
But this will be a next budget cycle, even if it came up in that discussion.
I mean, because right now the budget calls for about 380,000
For public safety, yes, sir. Yeah.
for security. That's
Yes.
the budget.
Yep.
So you're talking about taking it up roughly another 250,000 a year.
Yep, it would be closer to $500,000 a year, but we would find efficiencies in our security where we can reel that back if I'm not having them do dedicated patrols because I'm not having an actual licensed officer.
I mean, it
sworn
might be
officer doing a
interesting, but if
patrol.
they write tickets, we should get the money.
I mean, it's a great point. Yes, sir. We'll have that. We could have that discussion. We're at the trial was going on with the sheriff deputy. We had to postpone a few discussions with the sheriff. He's back in the office. We'll have some ongoing discussions to talk about the operational control. Does he really work for your general manager? Does the sheriff get, we got to work out all that. But I just wanted to throw this out there for just some food for thought and see if there's any interest. Yeah.
It's just definitely something I think we need to look at with the growth that we've got. A lot of these incidences could theoretically increase without the proper.
Well, sure. Definitely the noise, definitely speeding. Oh,
Mhm.
sure. Yeah.
Yeah, because there's very few ways in and out of here.
I got you.
And
Yep. All right. All right. There's your favorite topic right there. Mr. Hornick, option one purchase. So tied to the original agreement that we discussed earlier, there's the option where he can continue to buy up to 1,000 additional parcels that are non-platted right now. These are the two areas he sent us the purchase agreements for, 23 and 22 parcels separately. The first parcel, the 23, is if you go off of Granada. If you look at the top left corner there, there's the green space next to the community center. There's Granada going out into Old Sun Lake. And then we have a lot of those are the duplexes and the communities that have the little internal pools. That's the area off of Granada. That segment, the first row in of houses is where he would like to buy 23 parcels. We call it Nervia Street. It's no street there. So it would require street access and a way to get in there. He would have to come off of Granada somehow. The other area is you come in Sun Lake on the south side off of Ortega. You see the retention ponds there to the right. I'm looking at the right parcel now. There's, again, a segment there that he would have to get access off that little causeway in the middle there. He would bring in a road there. And this was part of his plans that he showed us in the past. He would come in there and there would be a segment of parcels there, 22 parcels, what we call Ortega Street. The purchase price you see there is $8,000 because he's using the $384 per parcel model that's in the agreement. There's the ongoing discussion of assessments for these parcels as well. There's the wastewater fee for these parcels as well, plus the connection fee for just these parcels. So if he purchased these, which he's allowed to with the contract, we would have to have a real good reason, and I'd have to send him to court to counter it not. we would have to have a real good reason to say no. But if he purchased these, he would pay us about 16, 17 grand for the land. But there's a bunch of additional fees that we would have to collect from him, as noted on the bottom. He's not providing me no development plans, no ask to put in a road, no ask to put in sewer, septic, or anything like that. He just wants the 50 some odd parcels.
So we're obligated to do it.
We're obligated by the contract that he can buy
Are we
parcels.
obligated, does it, even with all the money that he owes us from past assessments, we're still obligated?
Yeah, so unfortunately, we can't condition the sale of these lots on him
Being current?
Yeah, on the other lots, yeah. It's,
Well, that's just silly.
Yeah.
Good night.
That was one heck of an agreement we had with him.
Sweet deal.
we do have recourse if he decides not to, pay the assessments on those other lots, of course. But unfortunately, we can't deny them these two contracts.
So if he squares on these 45 lots, we can't, that's it.
He would own just over 500 parcels in Unit 12, and he has the option to continue to buy parcels like this at his leisure, based on the contract. It's just a contract, yeah.
These would be
Then
assessed
why-
based on acreage?
There's no conversation, right?
Yeah, there's no
So what's the
conversation then.
conversation?
No,
Why are we even here?
yeah. I'm having to approve the agreement. I just wanted to make sure you guys are aware.
Yeah, we're required to close within 60 days of
Yep.
when they send us the contracts. So this has to get done by at least the December meeting for us to remain in compliance. And just one point, I know Boz mentioned the assessments and all that, at least with respect to the district's maintenance assessments, not the special assessment, but just our yearly maintenance assessments, the same language in those Arlington 1 and 2 contracts, it's in this option agreement as well. He has a 2-year abeyance on the assessments until he has to come current.
And that's based on acreage.
It's based on acreage, but I will say we only have one acreage category for this upcoming assessment year, and it's like $1,400 an acre.
Yeah, we've changed some stuff.
So, if he ever decides to transfer these lots to a third party, or if he gets a replat done by the county in the next year, that's a triggering mechanism where he would have to come current immediately. But it's the same, 2 years come current, 2 more years come current, depending on certain circumstances. But
Would this be 45 wastewater treatment plant assessments?
Yep.
Okay.
yeah, but the special assessments are different though. Their attorney disputes that, but he's wrong.
He's going to get a bill for 45.
They're going to have to pay
Okay.
those ongoing.
Yep.
Well, there's that.
And the connection fee, if he does anything with them, he still has to connect to our network at $7,500 a pop. So, I mean, there's stuff that the contract at least didn't address that, so he can't avoid. So,
I'd like to see that contract and who signed it. Yes, ma'am.
An observation based on my discussion. I totally agree. Oh, I'm sorry, Jenny Cecil, 5257 Pebble Beach.
Yes.
I totally agree with what you just said. It seems silly that we have no recourse. And then going back to what Boz said earlier about is it Horning?
Horton, D.R. Horton.
Horton, about wanting to get everything in your contract. This is a point that you should put in that contract so that you're not addressing this 10 years down the line.
Yes, ma'am.
This
Good point.
wants to do this again.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, and if Mr. Hornick and his development partner, his attorney is actually a partner with him in those Arlington 1 and 2 developments. They're co-owners of the land, which I found out earlier this week. If they don't pay and they're delinquent and, we send them final notices, I mean, we can foreclose on both developments. That's our recourse, right? But we can't restrict him exercising his rights under this separate agreement because of what's going on with the other. But we'll hold their feet to the fire.
Good to know.
And you're going, Foreclosure, cost of foreclosure, you said roughly $1,000 per foreclosure?
So on this particular, so if, just hypothetical, obviously, we're
Yeah.
not thinking about doing this.
Yeah.
Because they're going to pay. But if they didn't, to foreclose on the Arlington 1 and 2
Yeah.
developments, in terms of legal fees, it would cost the district $0 because our firm's flat rate firm. And this isn't the bond foreclosure work, so
Right.
that's no additional cost. It would just be the filing fee. So if we did one
400.
lawsuit, it'd be $400.
400.
And then to serve Mr. Hornick here locally, probably costs $50-$60.
Okay,
But
okay.
Good to have the legal guy on the clock all the time. Yes. Okay. Oh, look at that. Our clubhouse discussion, our thoughts here. Again, a continuing discussion from the past few months. We've been gathering some quotes, bids, some ideas and some numbers. And I know it's been specifically asked, where do we stand on the revenue generated in our current operation? And this is where we have our numbers for 2023, 2024, over $400,000, which is, roughly 1/3 of the current clubhouse revenue is from events, about 200 events. Right now, as the year just started for this next season, we have 70 long-range events booked. But what happens to get to that 200 number from the team over there is that there's a lot that start coming in, groups, golf groups, other folks that start fencing off time, and they're very comfortable that the standing number is about 200 events a year with the model they have now. They are not going down some my untouched market there currently, but would be directed to go down this road when it comes to weddings, special occasions, larger events. We've lost some large events because of our confined area of not able to house 250 people. So Advent Health, even though they live here in the district and support the district, they had to go somewhere else because we weren't big enough for them. So there's some opportunities there to expand the marketing with the team, and they're fully capable to do that. It's just they've been kind of, they've been hamstrung really because of our space and how we're co-using it as a clubhouse and so on. The design that we've looked at and tried to come up with gives us more opportunities there where it's not going to be what I call dead space consistently. There's an opportunity that how we segment this new structure, we could have the HOA meetings over there, we could have the board meetings, we could have smaller events over there. And then we have the ability and the option that that event could migrate over to a restaurant to have, drinks after. I mean, there's an opportunity there, unlike it is here. We're not going to go walk across the street from here after meetings. But if you're sitting in the event center and you walk down the hallway, you may say, let me go grab a bite. So there's some unique opportunities there. And also by extracting some of those standing meetings from this building here to a new structure, it opens up the revenue generation from here that is tied up. There's a lot of times I can't rent this space because it's the HOA night. The HOA just sits in that room back there, but they consume the whole space. So no one's going to rent the space. I'm not saying the board meeting ties up stuff, but we are finding better ways. Nick and the team over there is finding better ways tied to how we can clean it up on the weekends where we can expand the rental options here to make revenue here as well as make revenue at a new spot. So a lot of good information moving forward. Right now, the investment of an expansion, and I'll show some graphics here, is about a $500,000 cap. We're getting estimates on the metal building that meets our requirements. They're in the $100,000 range. We're getting estimates of the foundation work, again, $80,000 to $100,000 range for foundation work. And then we're now waiting on the bids to come in with the actual construction of the building to take it up there. So we're thinking it's still in the $500,000 right now because nothing would change other than increasing. Current operations would just migrate from what we are doing over to a new space. So the operating expense per year, it hovers in that $200,000 range, will continue because I'm not hiring more staff. The staff's already here. I have tables, chairs, and everything. It's already here. We just put them over there. So space-wise, it would just be some additional costs with electrical bills, water bills, and that type of stuff to run this operation. So over the same 5-year window or over time frame, it would be the build, plus the $200,000 a year, it'd be the 1.3 million. If we stick to that $400,000 potential revenue annually, we're looking at the ROI on this type of project to be in the 4th or 5th year, we would start not only break even, but now we would start making some revenue. So that's our projections moving forward. Structurally, our engineer here put together a little bit more detailed layout of the space we're talking about. So to the left there, you have the existing banquet area or the island view. And then you have the parking lot. And then to the right, you see the the courts area. This would be in that green space right dead center. Fill up that green space. It would have its own parking portico that you can drive underneath and then get out of the elements and then walk into the structure. It's segmented, to my point, that we're going to design this where you have the ability to rent out a smaller portion of it and not consume the entire space for a 10 table meeting. We're able to kind of partition it like we do with the current island view. An open patio deck and so on, some office space there, remove some of the congestion, a dedicated bar, some storage rooms to go into that new category of weddings. There's a dressing room for the bride, a dressing room for the groom setup, and that type of setup is part in there. That gives us the option to upgrade an event at that location. And obviously the way it's laid out, the entire view on the backside is looking at a beautiful lake, beautiful island, and gives you the backdrop that people would pay for. The bottom left corner is, again, the metal structure style we would go with. That's where our cost savings are. It's in a metal open frame discussion or construction, and but there will be some timber features in there to give us some uniqueness to the character of the building. Again, this is laid out as it connects. So there's a breezeway, a all-weather breezeway tying back to our restaurant. We're not building a new restaurant, a kitchen. We're not expanding a kitchen. We're just connecting to our existing kitchen with this all-weather breezeway. So it's not open air, so you can transport food back and forth, as well as move people to the bar, move people to the clubhouse through that transit. So you can have your event, and then you take this nice walk through, and you're going into either the restaurant or the clubhouse.
So that's enclosed, the walkthrough?
That'll all be enclosed, weathered in, so it's air conditioned and so on. So that's enclosed. We went with the initial pictures I was showing you, the models going north or east, north-south, I will call it, because you see that dashed line, there's some water setbacks that we are required, obviously, to follow. So we had to kind of reshape it to go east-west rather than north-south. Same footprint, 100 by 60, so on. So it's kind of laid out that way. So that's, again, more to follow on this as we refine it, but this gets us in the ballpark to get the right bids when it comes to the size, the framing, and the concrete work. So elevation-wise, this is kind of what you would look at. The top is the front view from the parking lot. There's your portico, there's your drive-in, there's the overhead, the vaulted ceilings. To the left, if that would be towards the courts, is a lower walled space where we can segment that area for a different rental, smaller rental, and that's where your storage and your office rooms are, not tied to the main area. To the right is the breezeway. Now you flip to the back based on the elevations. It's going to give you the atmosphere of you're on the lake, you're on a dock. It's an elevated footprint. All the back is open, large, open access doors that look to the area that you could. We're going with a transparent garage door so they can be opened up for an event, open air into there if you want to, and then you have open access to the patio deck for follow-on events that you want to tie into the patio. So all this is being worked with the metal company to get this is from the metal company. They got to change a few things, but again, they're working some of the schematics to build this project. And this would be the interior. So bottom line is that we're moving forward with the bids. I definitely think there's a value to have this expansion to our current amenities, our current clubhouse, because it addresses the biggest problem we have is that we're trying to do three things in a space that can only really fit two things. We're trying to be a restaurant, trying to be a clubhouse, trying to be an event center. And right now we're trying to do all that space into something we call island view with just as a partition wall. And it restricts us tremendously. It's a great space. It's well decorated. It will get better, but it gives us the ability to expand some opportunities for more revenue. It gives us the ability to expand some amenities that offer something better to our residents, more space for events, birthday parties, all that stuff can start happening there, and it's not sitting 10 feet away from the golfers that just came off the golf course. So it's some opportunities there. So what we would be asking for as staff, for me to continue the planning of this would be a funding source of our recreation fund. We would tie it into there. There's end of year adjustments being made this month that I'll bring back to you next month, of where our end of year money needs to go into our certain reserve accounts and so on. So I think knowing the numbers coming in now from our bids, having a $500,000 allocation, since we didn't put this in the budget, having a $500,000 allocation gives me the ability to start bringing back these projects with an actual tag bill saying, now out of the $500,000 bucket, I need the 110 to go pay the metal guy. Do you agree? And those type discussions. It also gives me the power to say, the board's approved this. We want the expansion. We're moving forward. I need you to do it. Give me your best deal. We don't need to wait on a board, but they don't have the fear of, this may get voted no, and then I'm out on this. I mean, it's just a negotiation that we need to have.
Okay.
So that's kind of where we stand on this project, and for your discussion.
Can you back it up to the first?
Yes, sir.
Slide.
Which one here? Right.
It had a bunch of numbers on there.
Here.
That-
Okay.
So am I looking at it right? We're generating 400,000 now, and the goal is to continue that?
Well, no, we budgeted for that. The goal is to take that to the 600 range with the additional revenue based on weddings and special occasions. We do not touch that market right now.
You mentioned Advent Health leaving. Is that coming back? Would that come back automatically?
Yes, they went to a temporary space. I think just out of proximity, that would be an easy discussion to get.
Can you share where they went?
Where'd she go? Where's your old racetrack? What do we call that place? Yeah.
Okay. I only asked because I know of two new.
Sorry.
I asked because I know of two new event centers.
Yes.
That we're competing with in essence. I know we're a growing community, but are we sure the market's there? And one of the two I know, that's all they are. So they're going to be very aggressive in trying to book themselves.
We feel it is because of what we're connected to and the other opportunities of here. We have the golfing that can draw some golf events that can migrate to a banquet very easily.
Have we been asked from golfing community to have something like that before?
Well, we haven't been approached with the large scale golf outings yet. We have the internal ones. I think Saturday night was 100, maybe 160. And that's just an internal, internal golf. So I think we have enough local ones, but I think once we get something that can offer the 250 plus range, we're able to market out a little bit wider and to get those other opportunities tied to a golfing event. We can just lump it all together. So, yeah.
And I think Advent Health would definitely come back.
Advent Health, Gen Dental.
Yeah, and Gen Dental.
I mean,
There's other big ones
Yeah.
that we could.
Well, I think one of the problems is what we have is not working.
Yeah,
exactly.
So I think either we have to change the way we're currently operating, which would mean to get rid of something so that we can use the existing buildings correctly.
Yeah.
Or we have to expand. I think that's the only options that we have. If we decide to expand, which I'd be all for personally, I think that we have to do it intelligently. No offense to anybody in this room. I don't think we have a person or persons qualified or able to go out and actively pursue potential events for Sun and Lake. That obviously is arguable at this point in time, but my personal opinion is we don't have anybody in a position to do that at this time. So that would be something I would say has to be a requirement if we're going to expand. And that's a full-time job, going out and soliciting events as far as I'm concerned.
And of the 70 events that we market, how many of those, I've asked this question before, are the Rotary, the Chamber of Commerce? I mean, those are, they're already
I think
booked,
a
and
lot
how
of
many
these
of those
events,
are,
quite
would be here
frankly, are.
either? I mean, we need a strong person in that.
Agree.
Yeah. Oh, I think it's just,
We have a very good person in that seat, but they have a very small area that they focus on.
Okay.
So they can help
could
with that,
expand
but
with
we're
that.
needing to find that next level of basically a banquet facility manager
Right.
that expands our marketing. I agree with you there.
I mean, that position is critically important if you're
Yes.
going to do an expansion of this
Right.
nature.
Agree. Yeah.
I think all of us are,
Yeah.
I think are in favor of this because what we have is not working.
Yep.
But the covenant would be that we need to have a strong banquet manager is a good
Yes.
I mean,
position.
I'm thinking some of these events, no offense to anybody, trivia night, poker night, all that crap. I think that's considered part of these events. And to me, that's not
an event.
That's not really an event.
It's
It's
not-
a happening.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
it's
no,
a
I got you.
happening.
I got you. Yeah.
But it's not an event.
No, you're right.
And that's what we need is events. The other thing is, this is all great, but if we don't dress up the restaurant and make it look like a really nice restaurant,
Yep.
Which we
that's
can do.
defeating the purpose there.
Yeah. Well, so, no, you're right.
I don't believe, is any of this money that the 500,000, would that cover
So that's-
any
that's
enhancements
perfect.
on the
That's a good-
restaurant?
Let's be very clear. Yes. That money gets us a banquet, separate, standalone facility. Does not tie anything we're going to throw into either upgrading the clubhouse or a restaurant.
See,
It
I
does
got,
not.
my opinion, the golf part of the, well, I won't call it, the bar section of the clubhouse right now,
Mm-hmm.
where we all hang out, most
Yeah.
of us, I think that doesn't need to be touched. That could be touched last.
Yes.
Exactly.
But I think really, if we're going to do this and make the banquet section the restaurant, a quality restaurant and something that we're proud of, I think we need to spend money up front with that and just in addition to this and plan for it.
Yeah.
My
So when you-
opinion.
Yeah, when you walk in the front door, if you're a golfer, you go to the right, and if you want to eat, you go to the left and
Yeah.
make that a
Agree. That's the same
A
logic
nice
we're using.
restaurant.
Yes. So we have Troon gave us a restaurant expertise, a company that would come in and do an analysis of just the restaurant. And they were just upfront saying, for you to rebrand this space that you're calling Island View is in the, 500 to 700,000 range. They were upfront about it. Now that they didn't put any pen to paper, they just walked the space, looked at it. There would be a reconfiguration of what that space looks like. There'd be, seating area differences, the deck and that type stuff. So it's a major commitment once we establish a true restaurant. The wall would stay with some potential to drop down if needed, but the intent would be that space is just a restaurant,
You're
not
saying
tied to the
You're
club.
saying that's what's needed for the,
Just a restaurant. Yeah,
oh,
just
for
the
the
center
restaurant,
space.
for the banquet space.
Just a restaurant.
Well,
Well, what you're calling the banquet space.
What I'm
yes.
calling the banquet space.
Yes.
They said 500 to 750?
Because that would be a rebranding of
Just
that
that?
space. Oh, yes, sir. Now, again, this is a company that's all they do. We would have to pay, the fee to get them here to write that down in paper.
we can get that done less expensive.
And since that meeting, we've reached out
Yeah.
to other entities that do this,
Right.
and they'll get us back their
Union,
numbers.
South
But I kind of, yes, I've not put, other than reaching out for bids on a restaurant design and space, the focus we've had the team on with the engineers is to get me an idea of this cost. Because this is a hard cost that really is a standalone. It's built over time. We can roll it out on our own a little bit. And it does not impede operations in our clubhouse, in our restaurant by doing this.
Right.
If I try to throw money into the restaurant first, now I'm stopping the current business. I got to send all those 400,
I
200
understand that.
people away.
So what would be your schedule on the new banquet section? It's 500,000. What
yeah.
would be the timing on getting that up and running?
We wouldn't be able to start, construction till the April, May timeframe, and it'd be a 2-month, 3-month project. Yeah, it'd be done next summer if we went full out with the $500,000 right now.
Well, I mean, summer is critical as far as redoing things.
Yeah. yeah, yeah.
So I mean, the restaurant would, the ideal time to fix up the restaurant
Would be
is also
concurrently.
in the summer.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Because you want, well, certainly by November the 1st, I would.
Please,
Huh?
please.
We could. What I would need to bring back to you is some more refined numbers of what that cost would be.
I mean, you either do it before November 1st or when everybody comes down, you can't do it.
No, agree. And then we're punting next year.
Then you're talking next.
I agree. Yeah.
I think I disagree. As we migrated, after we complete the clubhouse, the
Banquet
the
facility.
banquet facility,
Event facility.
you can do an initial stage of a restaurant.
Mhm.
It may not have all the bells and whistles that you want in it, but I think we could easily transition that to a restaurant come
Well,
1st of October.
Yeah, you just put the
And-
tables, yeah. I
And
agree.
everything, but that's the restaurant and that's the bar.
I
And
agree.
then,
You're right.
and then we could put next summer.
Yep.
We could do the bells and whistles to bring it up to
Yep.
the kind of restaurant that we want.
You got it. We would have an active restaurant space concurrently while this is
That can
being
be done.
built.
That can be
It'd
done.
be max 20 tables. It would be right the center, and that's what it is, a restaurant. It'll close at whatever time, and the clubhouse stays open.
Right.
That's the focus we would do.
The restaurant space, even if it's just a existing space without any,
Yep.
just
Existing
put, you
space
set the
with-
tables and you set the hours.
We can do that.
and-
That'll
So you
that'll
could
happen.
wait.
That'll
That's
happen.
possible.
The challenge we have there, depending on how long it takes to build a banquet facility, event facility, is we really can't establish a restaurant because we're relying on that for events.
I understand that,
Exactly.
but
So that's what
Once
we want to
this-
move over there as soon as we
once
can.
it becomes operational, then we could start converting the restaurant.
You got it. Yes.
So we could say the 500,000 gets us the new banquet center.
Yep.
And for the next year's budget, we would then talk about enhancing the restaurant
Yeah.
and so forth and so on.
We would address the restaurant / clubhouse setup.
Yes.
Yes.
And that even may be in to separate those.
It could be. No, you're right. To your point, you're right. Other than some very cosmetic things, the bar area, clubhouse is fully satisfactory and functional. Yes.
I think that
So-
would be fine. I like that.
Yeah, so you're looking for us to give you a go-ahead to get solid
Well,
numbers?
what we have in our recreation fund is the 500,000.
Okay,
We have that currently now, and I would tie recreation / our building fund would fuel this.
Mhm.
Out of reserves, it's already budgeted for in those buckets. We would use that money to move into the start this process here. And as we got the final bids in and brought them back to you, I would say now we have the final vendor is we've picked this guy for the metal, this guy for the foundation. And then you'd still see those. You're not giving me a blank check to start spending a
Yeah.
$500,000. I'd be bringing those back. I just know that's my budget for the project.
okay.
And,
Greg?
and I
Sure.
don't want you, I know you've got some budget amendments that you're going to bring back.
Yep.
And we've had some discussions on it, without giving us hard number, what kind of adjustments do you think you're going to be presenting?
That's a great
to?
point. So we're finishing up our audits. You'll get the final summary of 2024. Right now, our utility is 300K positive at the end of the year. That would be moved into the buildings funds and basically for subsurface stuff like this. So we made some money there. I know it's a point of contention for some folks. Our golf enterprise made 980 grand at the end of the year. Our restaurant standalone made $65,000 at the end of the year. So that money, once we take out the overhead, the administration, the custodial services, once we clean all that out, full transparency, our golf operation clubhouse broke $11,000 at the end of the year. Made about 5 million, and we spent 5 million. All right,
Oh, that's
but it made some money.
not bad.
All right, as separate entities,
It costs money to last.
No, I got you. But as separate entities, it made it. And now the way we've laid it out, the staff can now put the scalpel on the budget to say, why are we spending so much on the overhead, on the
Yeah.
custodian, all that stuff, and to try to get the profitability better.
I mean, without capital expense.
Yeah.
Golf restaurant lost $150,000 to $160,000 to the year before. They made 10 grand, or 11 grand, whatever it was.
You're spot
Great.
on.
But they made 150, 160 the year before. So
Check.
I wouldn't get excited over their
Well, we had a
performance.
course that impacted our restaurant, shut down for 4 months, and that lost about $400,000.
Well, they caused the whole damn thing to begin with.
I got you, sir. I'm just saying.
I mean,
But it goes.
So-
it
so we
goes
had
to-
that.
It goes to the point though,
Yep,
also, that we are not getting residents to utilize our restaurant.
Yep.
If the golfers weren't golfing and that affected the bottom line because that one course was closed, that means that the golf people are actually the ones supporting the restaurant. And I keep telling them that he's not getting outside residents here. And I don't think we're doing the right things to try to promote that.
Which
Yes.
brings me, if I may,
We're-
to another point that somebody brought to my attention a couple of days ago. The new arrangement for golfers with the discount
Mhm.
has been received very well, I think, by the golfers. But the non-golfers have experienced an increase in in pricing, and they're getting nothing, and they're residents, and they're not happy. Just thought I'd throw that out.
You could throw it out. And our total, what I'll call the food and beverage costs, was just woefully lagging behind our true cost to acquire some of that stuff. So we were giving across the board, golfer or non-golfer, massive cuts in certain commodities that we just can't, we're not here to sustain that, support that. This ain't an institution where I'm paying for your damn meal. You got to
I'm
go
just
over
saying
there and buy
some-
your meal.
I'm just saying some residents don't understand why they're experiencing price increase and the golfers aren't.
Yes, yeah. Well, first of all, to that point, we made it across the board. So it's the same. There's no more a different scale for the golf community compared to a resident off the street. We made it across the board. If you pay $20 for a steak, you're paying $20. Now, that's for a golfer off the street. Now, if I'm a golf member of this community that's invested $5,000, yes, we give you a discount. That's just life.
Somebody brought it to my attention. I
got
promised I would bring it up
I
at
got
the
you.
meeting.
Well, back to
We
Mr.
did.
Herrick's point. So we got the ARPA money now. That was totally, we thought we lost it. So there's 400 into the coffers that we weren't planning and expected.
When you look at the budget, your adjustments to the budget, I think the assessments
Mm-hmm.
are budgeted about $500,000 lower than they should be in revenue.
You just made my next point.
Let it go-
We actually, based on what Coral and her team has been culling over the records of assessments and how we collect data from our county. We had it usually annually. We received the data update from the county right before assessment time and then print bills. We are now going to almost every 2 weeks, we're getting a county roll up. That has now, based on putting people in the right categories they're supposed to be charged, you will see in this budget amendment that we are going to expect an additional $1 million of extra assessment revenue this year. That's not raising anybody's rates. That's just putting people in the right category that may have been charged for a vacant land lot and built a house and we never changed it.
Yeah.
So we're charging them exactly what they should be charged.
I had it, you're off by 516. If you can get to $1 million, that's good.
I'll get you to $1 million.
That's
Yes.
good. That's
She'll
even
get you to $1 million. We're good on that. So we have that coming in the coffers. We have the $200,000 for this thing that they never paid us on. We're trying to recoup. So there's some money being generated that we're, beating the bushes from county, from feds, from state, that we are going to continue to add into our coffers. It doesn't mean we're going to go spend crazy, but we as a district are in a good financial position where we can start investing back into ourselves to address the host of issues you all and our residents have said year after year after year. Fix this, fix this, fix this. And the guy or gal sitting in that seat over there said, I ain't got time, I ain't got money, I don't want to do it. Well, you have a different team that's working for you to fix the right things for this community to get us to be the centerpiece damn community that we should be. Pardon my French.
But we do.
Well done.
But again, basically it boils down to, we're going to have $1.5 million that we didn't plan on.
Well, you're going to have more than that. So Horton's going to give us $1.6 million.
Well, there you go. I didn't even count that one. And that don't cost us anything.
That's even better. But that's money that's going to be able to go into the various funds in order to help us achieve
better.
these.
Right.
This kind of stuff, exactly.
Yep.
Which is great.
So what we're asking today is if you all are comfortable with the allocation of a budget, right off the cuff, just a budget amendment of at least $500,000 from our operational or our district reserves then I have the ability to start doing the final pen and ink on some of these bids, bringing them to you for the final, can we pay this guy out? And start this project here for just the event center. So we're clear. 500K event center.
I'm good.
I'm good.
Well, I'm willing to make the motion. You want to take?
You want to make a motion? Public comment?
Or further.
So we shut-
Oh, any discussion?
Yeah, I have another.
We don't
So
have to have a
are we saying the banquet is totally separate from golf and restaurant operations, essentially?
It's a standalone facility, yes, sir.
Yeah.
It's an event center. We'll call it that.
So we still have restaurant and golf.
Yep.
And we happen to have a banquet center, something new, essentially.
Yes. The expansion of our enterprise over there, or our
So
conglomerate.
it'll be held to its own standard as far as making money or breaking even. or-
Yes, to the point here, staff-wise, I'll be finding an event coordinator, senior staff person that runs that part of the building. There'll be the restaurant, there'll be the clubhouse, and all of that under our current construct is under the umbrella of our clubhouse manager, Mike Lemire. That's what it is consistently right now, so, yeah.
And because I saw some offices in your plans.
Yes, that was for the event coordinator, that was
Yeah.
for the finance person that we have
Uh-huh.
over there, moving down there. And the chef right now works out of the racket courts, interestingly enough. We got to
Yeah.
get her back in near the kitchen,
Okay.
so.
Okay.
So the budget for this director is not in those numbers.
It is not in that 200K per year, exactly right. Yeah, that's something we're going to have to continue to refine, yes, sir. Yeah.
So the other heartache I have with this is we build a reserve fund.
Mhm.
And within the first month or two, we're spending the reserve fund. Now, I didn't know about $6 million coming in. I mean,
This isn't reserve.
it's recreation fund. I get it.
But it's a budgeted fund for that.
I get it's all budgeted. It's just, we have it there in the first couple months, we're draining it right away. But I didn't know about $6 million coming in. So that's a big plus for me.
Well, we're going to see that next month, right? You're
Part of
gonna
the
show
budget
that-
amendment I'm bringing to you is how we are required by statute to move our end of year money back into reserves.
Gotcha.
So it's it's two ships passing each other right now.
Yeah.
In the night.
I'm going to show you, we ended the year this, we put it in this money, but I took 500,000 out. It's going to be a
You
wash.
should note the potential monies that we may be receiving, so we have that too.
You will see that, yes, sir. Yep. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Mark Carlomano. Boz, have you considered a general contractor for this new banquet facility, or are you going to be acting as a?
Yeah, no, won't be doing that. We have 3 local bids coming in from local metal fabricators that do this type of building. Yes, sir.
Well, that's the metal fabricator, but the overall.
Oh, yeah.
process, I mean, have you considered hiring a project manager to oversee the entire project?
At the stage we're at right now, our Polston Engineering is comfortable being that person. As we refine the product and we get to the final, then I'll be able to assess do they have the capability, or do I need to get a project manager?
Okay.
Yeah.
And have you taken that in consideration in your budget of the 500?
That is not in the no, sir, that is not in the 500,000.
I think you need to probably include that in the budget as well for.
Well, we will. Right now, the 500 includes Polston being it, and that is included. I got to see their capability when we get all the subs and see if they're willing to take that on. Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Okay. Right.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I want to make a motion to authorize 500K for the purposes of an event hall, which allows him to go ahead and start receiving those quotes.
I guess second.
And just to clarify, that's for just the budget amendment.
I don't think
We're not authorizing any
No.
expenditures.
Yeah.
just
No,
For the
just the
budget
budget.
amendment.
Okay, second.
We're tired of it. Discussion? Any public? Call the vote?
Supervisor Herrick,
Yes.
Supervisor McLaughlin, Supervisor Norton,
Yes.
Supervisor Brooks.
Yes.
President Phillips.
Yes.
I think
Thank you much. We're getting moving on that. Recreation Center complex expansion and what we want to do for our amenities, our recreation center. Again, directly tied to residents asking for what we're doing, what we would like to do. So in 2025, part of our budget right now, there's money allocated for those things you see on the thing. Adding some shelters, bike trail expansion, community center upgrades, the courts being repainted. We're transitioning the 6 temporary nets to permanent install because the community is shifting away from hardcore tennis. We're going to keep 2 good tennis courts right now, but the rest is migrating to a pickleball environment. So we're doing that as well as adding some other events over there or amenities over there, ice machine, cornhole, and some other things in the courts fenced off area that as of 1 October is free to all residents that live in Sun Lake. We only charge non-residents. And we're moving into 26 and 27. These are on long-term expansion plans tied to across the amenities. You see greens in there, you see playground, you see gym expansion and so on. Micro parks. Yes, sir.
Did we get this?
It's not in, I'm sorry.
Did you guys receive this? I didn't see this at all.
You see, you got this one? It should be right before this one here.
I got recreation, I got the picture. That's all I got.
My apologies. I'm sorry.
Right.
That's it? You just got this slide, this next slide.
I didn't get that slide at all.
Okay. Well, I mean, this is just from the strategic capital improvement plan for the next 5 years. My apologies.
Can you guys send that out?
You'll get this.
Or get me a copy
It's
of it?
just a summary. It's not tied to anything there.
He's got that.
All right.
I got the picture. I didn't
So
get the.
so tied into that discussion is there was a directive given, potential expansion that's on our capital improvement plan for a lap pool. I'll call it a larger pool tied to our amenities over there, right here at the community center, right out back here. We've gotten, we put some bids out. We've gotten 1 flat out, no, not interested. We got 2 that we don't really do commercial, but thanks for the bid. And then 1 came back. It's a South Florida I don't want to say Key West, a Keys company that wants to get into the market of Central Florida. So they're being very aggressive, and they come with great credentials from their previous areas that they service. And they do large scale HOAs, apartments, and so on, commercial style pools. So they provided a bid that's $450K, $450 to $750, $475, and that's based on if we're adding seating on the outside, cabanas on the outside. That's the $25,000 difference. So that's in discussion with them if we want to go that route. Tied to that, there's an initial $15K to give us the planning to lay it out, get the permits, get all that squared away. This would be basically right behind us here. So if you know our current pool, we would blow out the back gate along the lake of our pool. We would expand out. The area would encompass the shelter, the volleyball, and then this new pool area, and it would all be re-fenced. So now we have a pool complex. In the future plans, you see there, we have the replacement of the shelter that's there and other amenities into more shelters and gazebos, I'll call them, that are along the back there, where we can still get some rentals of some of that space that we use that shelter right now, since we're going to incorporate that. And the reason why we want to incorporate it, we want the ability that there could be a rental opportunity inside the pool complex. You have a shelter, you can play sand volleyball, and you can swim, and now you can rent a space. It gives us a lot more revenue opportunities there. So tied to this, there's the money for the pool and the surroundings of the pool would get that established. And then there's some ancillary stuff that the new fencing is not included in that number. The paving around the area and that type of stuff not included in that number. Polston's working up that agreement right now of what that number would be. But I think we're going to be hovering in the $500,000 to $600,000 range if we did a full-blown expansion of our pool. I'm more tied into getting the pool focused on right now and then expanding the amenities around the pool over time, because that takes us from a 69-person count pool up to a 300, 400 plus capacity by adding this pool. And that would give us not only revenue generation or the ability for more people to get pool memberships, but now outside members that we have a massive amount of the day memberships would be able to increase, because right now they see it kind of filled up and they say, okay, I'm going to go somewhere else. I'll go to YMCA, I'll go to my friend's pool and that type of stuff. I think once we build the right environment there, you'll see a lot more utilization, because it's tied to playgrounds, it's tied to sand volleyball, it's tied to a overhead for having picnics and so on. Bathrooms are there, and it gives us a lot more opportunities on the backside and addresses a recurring ask. When will we get more pool space for the community? Got a lot of private pools out there. We got some community pools out there, but we have nothing that can accommodate a couple hundred people that our community warrants. So here is that I'm throwing the numbers out at you. I would ask that let's get you the budget amendment next month. You see where the numbers lay, and then you guys have some time to look at this and get some feedback. I'll get you some citizen feedback on this in November's strategic meeting. We'll have a discussion there. And then in November, I can bring back to you not only the budget amendment where our numbers rest, I can say, okay, now here's the ask for a recreation upgrade to, again, not only provide amenities, but a potential revenue stream expansion. So
How far is it between the adult pool and the kiddie pool?
the adult pool would start,
I mean, it's like 20 feet,
oh, it's more than that. It's probably more like 50, 60 feet.
50, 60 feet
Yeah.
between them?
Yeah, because it wouldn't start, the lap pool would not start to very close to where the shelter. It's kind of in line with the shelter. So right out back here, if you drew a line this way on the shelter, that's where the pool starts and shadows the shelter.
Is
So there's a large
it going to
gap.
be like all paved and?
It'll be all paved. We're going to put cabanas along the back, more for accessibility, a lot more seating back there. There'll be no water type features that we basically want to turn in this pool into the kid side with the water features. And then that I'm not going to say it's an adult pool, but the focus will be on, if you want to go hang out there, you can do laps, and that's where the yoga classes go, where the kids will migrate to here. So, yeah.
I mean, I would like to see them closer, but if that's the best we can do, we do need a pool.
In our discussions, Nick, we'll have to see how he lays it out, and we'll get him more specific. That's that $15,000 to get the layout of the actual pool.
I mean, I'm thinking of the adults who come here with kids.
Sure.
Who want to put the kids in the kid pool and then go take a couple of laps. You don't want them to be 50 or 60 feet apart.
That makes sense. Yeah, we'll get it laid out. This is just a rendering from Polston, but we'll refine the actual placement of the pool. Yeah. Yep.
Well, we need a pool.
You're wanting to hold the motion until,
I mean, you're more than welcome to make a motion. I just think you guys would require a little bit more information on the end of your
do we
budget.
have,
Because right now we just spent our recreation reserve.
I thought did that out of the building reserve.
Well, there'll be a combination of coming out of there. I would recommend I just want to get this out to get citizen feedback, and then we'll get it back to you.
I would think you should put it in your proposal next month.
Yep.
And we can always say, take it out if we don't think we have enough money for it.
I got you.
But show it to us with it in.
Yes, sir.
So we get a better, idea of where we're going.
I got you. It'll be heated, yes, sir. We are not talking right now salt water or water. We're still having that discussion with the vendor, so, yeah.
I think it's needed, personally.
That's all I had on that one.
Okay.
How about the shutters?
Shutters, yes. One thing that came out of our hurricane response was the time-consuming effort to button down, I call this building and the district offices, rightfully so, to stay operational during a storm based on the winds we get. It consumed a day's worth of labor to do that. And I wanted those guys out addressing swales and pumping, and they should be doing what they should be doing, not putting up metal things. Now, tied to this, we've already submitted this as an ask to the county mitigation group, and they moved this up to number 1 on the list for potential funding to give us a portion of this back. I am not saying they're going to pay us the whole thing, but they more than likely, because we're number 1 on the county list now, and that was just voted at the last meeting we went to, they got rid of all the nonsense and they moved this up to number 1. I foresee us getting some money, probably half of it, 150 or so, from the county, which is state money. What I would ask here is that we want at least $150,000 where we can start the process with the district office. So now it takes, instead of consuming the 6 guys, I can just have one of the customer service ladies go hit a button and it's done, and we're fully operational and buttoned down. Because then we can still operate. We're going with the automated, because if we don't have automated, then we're basically ratcheting us in and we can't operate inside. because you have to do the automated or the manual from the outside. I want to still be fully functional inside with the computers and whatnot, so we can monitor the storm event. And that's where we can do a combination of some manual and some, I can get the cost down some. But right now we have some bids coming in from 3 companies that puts us in those ballparks. What I would ask is give us the 150. We'll get it going with the district office. I want to include the clubhouse in there because at a point in time, we will use that as a gathering spot if it's a really bad space and bring folks in there. There's food, there's bathrooms and whatnot. So we want to be able to button that up too. And that's included in that number there. So if I can get the county to give us half of it, get us 150 started today, then we can get moving on it. And then we're able to show the county that we have skin in the game, our portion, and then they'll be easier to commit on their ends.
Would there be any FEMA or grant money available for
Well,
this type of thing?
that's where this money comes from. There's a state through FEMA mitigation fund that we can tap into, the grant, and we're going to utilize that. So,
All right.
yep.
So
So
you-
right now we're asking for 150.
You're asking for 150, but we may get that money back, so we take the 150.
I think we'll get the 150 to get us to the total of 330. We'll get the
Okay,
difference.
that's how you're gonna get to the
And then we'll
difference.
replace our 150
Get half
because
on 330.
any grant requires us to have at least 50% commitment. So, yeah.
Okay. The one thing I would mention is that with the new banquet facility that you're building, we should build that with shutters.
Yes, we can do that.
We should.
That clubhouse number is just for the existing clubhouse number.
Yeah, I know, I'm saying, but with the new one that you're building,
we
we
can-
should
we
put the
can-
shutters on it if we're going to.
We'll get a quote on that.
Pursue
Yes, sir.
this.
Yeah. It's a lot more glass there. We'll get a quote on it. And my last point there is, I know Avon Park is going down the road of spending to get hurricane rated windows. That's a great idea. They still shatter. They just stay in place. So you're gonna have to replace your windows. At least with a metal barrier, you're gonna have the ability to potentially save the window and just get beat up on the metal. So that's why we would rather go shutters than just hurricane impact windows, which we do not have, surprised me. Even with all our new construction here and there, these are not hurricane rated windows. It just caught me off guard, so.
Okay.
Okay.
Next.
Well, I'm ready to make a motion.
Commit 150
We gotta do a motion.
till we get
for
the
that?
final bid.
Right
Yeah,
motion.
yeah. This is just a committing of 150
Yes,
because I'm sorting through the bids right now, so. yeah.
but you need a motion. to
Yes,
do.
sir. Yep.
And first off, we're gonna
Do we have any public comment on this item?
make a motion to authorize up to 150,000 for emergency reserve, from the emergency reserves for shutters.
I guess second.
Any more board discussion?
Vote.
Call the vote?
Supervisor Norton,
Yes.
Supervisor Brooks,
Yes.
Supervisor Herrick,
Yes.
President Phillips.
Yes.
Okay. Our over 25K expenditure, cut and dry, everything was in the budget under an operational line item. So even though we had a few there, it's the usual suspects, a joint combination of all our credit card purchases went over that amount. KDL repairs on Orduna, which was a emergency repair that we had to do, and a few other things, Highland County, so on and so forth. So no issues there, just all within budget.
I just have two little comments for you. On page 5 of your write-up, it said at the very bottom, you were talking about lift station on Scott is on hold while you're trying to locate a new company. Casio informed me they are too busy.
Yeah. Yes. The
I mean,
SCADA
what-
experts.
I've never heard of a company telling us they're
No,
too
when it
busy.
comes to SCADA, that's a very critical resource. It's few and far between in Central Florida. We're having to go to the coast to get somebody of interest. So the one guy local, he's got a seal on the bids and he works for the big cities and he has no bandwidth to take us on. So we're trying to get a company from the coast.
So I
to come
assume
in.
we will never do business with this guy.
Well, yeah.
I mean, we should make that a rule. If this guy's telling us he's too busy for us,
I agree.
I don't want you going back to him in 2 years saying.
No, I got you, sir. Yeah. Well, I don't think he'll have that ability. So we're just trying to find the right SCADA guy. The good thing about it, this is something that we can over years train one of our own, and we're moving towards that. So I don't need a company to do that. But it's a few years of training because it's state level certification. So on.
Since November 1.
So that's it. Golf, you have your minutes in there, the golf committee. They've submitted their request of changes. Honestly, I'm still reviewing them with Mike because of the hurricane, because of Mike on leave. I didn't have time to sit down. then I'll bring them back to you for, the board needs to approve any changes to the chart or the
So the, what
golf.
we're looking at is not what they want.
No, that's what they submitted to me, and I'm going
Well,
through
it's-
there, and, yeah.
It's,
No, you guys mark it up, please tell me, and then we'll,
well, I mean, it says, they're talking about all carts are prohibited from driving inside the white lines, 20 to 40 yards.
Yeah.
But we haven't had white lines in 2 or 3 years.
okay,
So I don't know, these guys, they went over it well, didn't they?
I got you.
And then it says abuse of cart operating policy. I'm tired of dealing with this.
Okay,
Nobody's going to enforce the cart policy. Nobody's going to take a member and tell them they can't play anymore. So take it out of the stupid rules. If you can't enforce it, take it out.
I'll go to the
I-
committee.
Yeah, I agree with Ray.
Yep,
I mean,
I'll
it's
go to the
just-
committee meeting
they're
next
just-
week. Yep.
It's just, there's a lot of silliness in
I mean, I don't,
I got
I don't blame, I mean, the people who run the groups, they're certainly not going to say, I'm going to throw somebody out.
No.
The club is
It's
not
up to us.
set up to where there's people who monitor this stuff.
Yeah.
So don't
Okay.
just say we take
Yeah.
it out.
I'll be at next week's meeting and I'll bring it up to them.
It's just, and it's,
That was all.
Okay, we'll just continue to review that and bring you back the final. So nothing changes now.
I do have one question.
Yes, sir.
Did Highlands County ever authorize our ordinances that we asked for?
No, that was tabled because of storm and a bunch of those things. This, yeah. God love the commissioner there. This county staff cannot chew gum and walk at the same time.
So all
It's just
those,
one
all
damn
those
thing at a time.
changes are still on, they have still
Yes, sir.
not been
Boss?
approved.
Yeah.
Boz, can I tell you something? It's been like that for 26 years.
I got you. Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
It
Well,
is-
we submitted those under,
I know.
I
No,
can't
no, I
remember how
got
many
you.
years
We'll
ago.
continue to press. We have meetings.
But they were correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Garrett.
We'll continue. That is the one thing on the table. I say the one thing. We have three things you saw there. Waste facility, the land. We'll continue to press that because that falls strictly in the realm of their legal counsel. So I'll have our legal send them some nasty notes to say, get moving on it. So
just give me an update on the tortoise relocation process. Are we still doing that?
we are clearing the land. We got a small delay because now here's an interesting one. You have the state saying,
They left that.
should we do a mitigation program for the slugs that are up there?
And those white lines up there for 5 years.
I'm having discussions with the state because you have two departments of the state. You have the tortoise people and the slug people.
We're not doing slugs, we're doing tortoises.
I got you, ma'am. But they're saying that you can't clear cut for tortoises if it affects negatively the slugs.
Well,
So,
it's a little bit too late.
Skinks, skanks, whatever you call them. I don't,
What is?
And
It's that little thing.
sorry, HR.
I'm sorry, I keep this stuff as.
I got you. We're still working it though. We're still clear cutting there. We're just trying to sort out the regulations.
We've already clear cut.
We have, and we're going to
And
continue, yes.
The Woods and Iron expansion, are we anywhere on that?
Design came back. We're comfortable with the design. I'm waiting on one
What
bid
did I
to
say?
do it. So KDL gave me a bid and one other company. We're waiting on the third bid.
So that should be.
I mean, once I get the bids, they're all under 20 grand. We'll execute right out of the budget. So, yeah.
Every
Yep.
unit.
Yep.
Okay.
We'll do that.
Every
Digital
unit.
signing?
The three went up. So you have outside here goes up this week. I don't see it yet. So you have one going up here and two going up on Arduna or Ortega this week. And then we're pouring the pads up there on Ponce and one more. The out there by Cortez and Sun Lake. We're working through the signage messaging, trying to get more involvement from golf, restaurant. So we're working through that. But then once we get them on a rotating schedule, they'll all start saying the same thing. And it has been brought to me, we have, district office open at 9 at night. We got to fix that. So we're working through that.
Now, one last thing I was just thinking of.
Friday,
Friday I got a notice from the district saying that the restaurant was closing Saturday afternoon at
Yeah.
3:30.
Yeah.
It's kind of a little late.
Gotcha.
And the other thing is, I gotta believe there's some restaurant closings in the month of November
Yep.
that
For-
nobody knows about.
For some of the events.
It's a secret.
No, I
We
get you.
probably should let everybody know what they are too.
All right, we'll get that list out. Yes, sir. Okay, and I've been remiss, and I should have started because I held them up here. HR has a new staffer to flesh out our HR department, or Ariel.
Good afternoon. Just wanted to take a moment to introduce Ruben. Ruben joined our HR team in October at the beginning of the month. He's here serving as the Human Resources Specialist, so HR is now party of two. Ruben has done an exceptional job thus far, really taking over, getting a lot of our new hires onboarded, and taking over that entire process. So just wanted to give him a welcome and introduce him to the board.
Okay, so let's boil it down. You really got yourself a bouncer.
There you go. Yes. Subject to any questions, that's all I have. I have the staff here if you have any comments, concerns, questions. I know we've gone long. Sorry, we got a lot of stuff going on. We only meet once a
We
month.
do have a lot, yeah.
Gotta do what you gotta do.
Yep.
I make a motion to adjourn.
There you go.
Oh, I want to stay a little longer.
Oh, shut up.
All right.
Yeah, right.
Thank
We're
you much.
adjourned.
For 3 hours and 42 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness gracious. So stiff.
Yeah, we're gonna have to.
Oh.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Hey. Hey, Shar. I told Ray was out in the parking lot, right? He's holding right beside it. I said, yeah, let's just. He didn't know he was on the board. So what this? I knew Ray'd say something. Where you been? What brought you out of hibernation? I said, you know what? I said, I came to complain. Well, that's what's this? I said, I came to complain about some of the stuff the board's doing. Whoa. You could have told me first. You didn't even know there were policies.
To what? I know. That's sad. Yes, you can. But yeah, we're gonna have to get rid of.
Let me get rid of this.
No. No. No, I didn't do it. No. Yeah, it doesn't. So I don't know. Yeah, until 4 o'clock. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah. Hold on, yeah. Okay. Well, I don't know what is that, but bring all that. Oh, yeah. Bring it all over. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think they're gonna do that tomorrow. Okay. And then I want to leave the, okay, I want to leave this out. Yes. Don't say it. Oh, okay. I already bought the ticket, so like. Well, I need at least a half day off because the girls that I'm going to, they want to go at noon. So, and I only have 2 hours. So, okay. Okay.
No worries, it's not communicating our project, but I'm waiting on the bids to come back.
So that's where you get the 3 manufacturers. And mostly the US manufacturers. Okay. You do it. No, I was here with Dan Stiegel, exactly, on his second iteration. Honestly, I met Chris left shortly after we met. You guys are having issues. Oh, yeah, that part, yes. But so we came in and we meet with Dan, who's at Solutions Vendor. Service, both in terms of the product, which is.
That's expensive, sir.
Also responsible. Belts and suspenders. The a little bit shell shock from all these problems. Belts and suspenders. And then, since then we.
still paying the lowest rate in the state. So that's like, an average of 400 to 450 a year, 15 years. Okay? That's $6,000 in profit. They just saw that revenue for all those years. That's what we, who are the folks that we charge these people? No, in other words, there's no accountability, or nobody checks up on things. Everybody discounts how they take these you know, but he takes 30 minutes a week. How is 30 minutes a week? But they get together and talk about it. And have a little sandwich. That's all. It takes 30 to 45 minutes. Everybody has to take the lunch. You know, these meetings, how they have to do this. But if you first came to everyone once a week, then they got to be out there and said, well, how do we make some kind of little fun? We started a nominal fee, but it's not the base money they gave us, like a $4 or $5 price. It's what the materials cost. So that we got a little thing. So you just gotta make the rules. You can make the revenue adjustments, and I think they say the people don't cost anything. And it's just surprisingly, at first, a lot of people didn't spend the $4 or whatever. Now, like 90% of people pay the $25 out. Now we're going to train the people without that. There's never been that long. I guarantee you those people are, they're living away now. Work by 13 times. Got people who got 20, 13 years. I guarantee you those people are making $16, $17 an hour. They got perfect working conditions. But your wages are all they got to deal with is hospital coming in there. Now, this time of year is busier than for student people, and I would be, I mean, I'm not. Everybody's got these, but in their water. The low levels, you have to sit there. Doesn't cost you anything extra, right? Well, that's probably why. No, it's not, you don't have to remember now, they'll put the $15 on. You only have to have 180 paid by September. Well, we've already paid about 6 or 7 payments. So I don't know, at the end of the year, they'll probably not. Once you pay the 180, in other words, if we pay every year month, we're 6 payments ahead. So we're $90 ahead. We'll end up with a credit or something.